Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
There, that's much better, isn't it? Okay, I knew I had some of my settings out of whack because I was distracted trying to do some paperwork that was filed by Hank Brennan. Good morning, Michael Bryant here. I will say again, Linda Kenny Bodden is on assignment. She'll be back tomorrow. We have today a special Cantonite guest during the lunch break at 1 o'clock. And then tonight at 6 during the recap, Afi Patterson from Los Angeles. She's an amazing defense attorney. One of my favorite guests back in the law and crime days. So anyway, here, let me see if I can pull this up. I was in the midst of downloading it and moving it and finding it. Hank Brennan filed a document today. No, he really did. I know you find that hard to believe, but he filed a document, excuse me, that is basically a Yuri Bukhenik, you're screwing up, dude. How can I help you document. That's not actually what's on the title, but that's basically what we're talking about here. This is officially a motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay under the guise, I don't know if I've ever heard in the caption for a motion the word guise, the guise of a Bowden defense. Now, you know the Bowden defense is basically the some other dude did it defense, right? And in this case, the court has already limited, we're covering the Karen Reed case. Did I mention that? The court has already limited those third parties to the two Bryans, Higgins and Arnold, and not Colin Albert. I'm sorry, Albert, not Arnold. Thinking back of ASAP Rocky there. Had an ASAP Rocky flashback. So anyway, today this was filed at 8:33. So, roughly an hour ago. And I want to go through it just briefly. We're waiting for the court, obviously, to get started. They're starting at 10 o'clock today. We thought that might be, hey, because you got a lot of paperwork to do and there's going to be some pretrial of the day motions. Officially, that's not true. There wasn't really anything on the calendar until this popped up, unless, of course, Hank Brennan gave the court some heads up last week. And yes, if the court would please, we may have a law and motion matter on Monday. But he might have done that. He might have. But this is the motion just filed. Let me give you a little bigger. Whoops. There's nothing right in between the one I want and the one it gives me. Anyway, let me give you the basics here. This is an attempt to limit Yuri Bukhenik's testimony, at least at this point, on the issue of third-party culpability. And what the motion is saying is that the defense has not laid the proper foundation for that defense, and they should not be able to use Yuri Bukhenik to support that defense. Now, there may procedurally be some merit to this, but the fact is, in the defense case, when they have laid that foundation, who was at the home, all those other issues that have been kind of scatologically talked about, when they've made a more formal foundation, all of this stuff's coming in. So the court may look at it and say, well, it's economical to have Bukhenik on the stand now, go through all of this material, even if there is a better foundation to be laid. But why pop him in and out? Let's get him on. Let's get him done. Let's get him the hell out of here. How many people would like that? Yeah. So that's the guts of it. Let me get past the law. Who cares about the law part? Let me get to the factual part here. Footnotes always important. This is the footnote page. This is number 1. Sergeant Bukhenik was not a party to the federal protective order nor the confidential materials. Further, he was sequestered during the first and current trial. Okay. And that, let's see what relates to what statement that is. It would be reasonable for police to investigate such a... okay. Again, talking about the foundational information for what is being elicited on cross-examination by Alan Jackson. And the defense previously filed mass crim procedure 17 motions to access Higgins, Albert, Berkowitz, Proctor's cell phone records, which were denied due to a lack of relevance or materiality. Okay. Again, let's get to the gutsy part here. And this I borrowed from, I'm trying to find the website here. One I always like to give credit where credit is due. Meredith stole this off Meredith's post. Meredith O. Okay. So, and she pinked this. If Meredith is a woman, she pinked this. Given the defense strategy to ask repeated, improper, and argumentative questions, a curative instruction is insufficient. Therefore, the Commonwealth requests a voir dire hearing of Sergeant Bukhenik for the court to determine whether the areas of defendant's proffer of Bowden evidence is admissible before evidence and argument is made to the jury. Okay, so again, procedurally, it may have some merit. The real question to me is whether the court will give it the time of day, knowing that there perhaps is a judicial economy efficiency issue that might better allow him to get into this stuff now. Doesn't mean he, to be honest, it doesn't mean Bukhenik could not be recalled by the defense if something were to develop in which they felt they needed his pristine and believable, very credible testimony. So anyway, that's literally hot off the press. Thanks to Diaz and Missy for popping that up and throwing it in my face so I could get that to you. We'll see if that is responded to today. Did you see I was watching Tom CPU this morning because he's up way earlier than me, and they had the arrivals out there. I thought they're taking the feed. Law and Crime has a stringer out there in the business. That's somebody that's part-timer, freelancer, stringer, and his name's Michael. Good guy. He's parked out there every day just to get those arrivals. And about a week or so ago, the cops went after him, and he didn't have, not wearing an official badge. And a lot of the folks, this is how weird it is in Dedham versus courts I've been in around the world, literally around the world. If you have a press credential, they don't give it to you. And you say, here's your, wherever mine is, wherever my gathering of press credentials is. Over the years, as you're traveling and reporting on stuff, it's kind of fun to just keep some of the cool ones, right? I have from when I did Anna Nicole Smith, I was in the Bahamas covering both the "Who's Your Daddy" question, which was ultimately the case that went crazy there. But prior to that, and most folks don't remember, but the death of Danny was really the first reason people were out there, was the inquest. They put that on hold and immediately shifted to the "Who's Your Daddy" question with Larry Burkhead. Anyway, so you keep these, and so you have current ones, and you have a couple of old classics from other cases. They don't do that here. They collect them like like hall passes. You have a hall pass? Oh, here, and it's all flimsy, nasty, cheap. Look, it says media on it. So those outside who are at the foot of the stairs, as I've been the last few times I've been there, unaccosted, interestingly, they don't have any passes on because they haven't gone in the court yet to get one. So it's almost like, hey, just act like you belong there, and nobody gives you a hard time. I mean, it's that. I mean, if you just had a microphone with a little mic flag on it and just wandered around, I don't know. Tom CPU, give that a shot. Although, and I'll give you an update on this as well with the latest cases. You may have picked this up over the weekend. We reported on it. But anyway, so they're there, and Michael, Law and Crime Stringer, showed the arrivals, which were, about 15 minutes before the top of the hour. I thought, man, that's probably too late to be addressing this unless they're going to put the jury on ice. And it's possible they might put the jury on ice while they're deciding this, because obviously Bukhenik is on the stand now under cross, and it directly relates to what the prosecution believes he should or should not be allowed to testify about. So I don't know how they continue with Yuri Bukhenik without addressing this motion. So I would anticipate perhaps a full-throated defense of this motion by the defense. Certainly, I'm sure they feel sandbagged by it, but they should be used to it by now. So they'll get to that. So a couple of things I want to talk about from yesterday. First, over the weekend, and when I was watching Tom's CPU, kind of reminded me of his role. Remember, we're co-plaintiffs in the journalist case. I've been allowed into the buffer zone right there, wherever I wanted to go. They've allowed it, and I'm not sure it's because I don't think it's just because I'm wearing this around my neck, although that may be a reminder to them. I'm sure they've had some conferences and conversations at the state police department level, since they're defendants in virtually all three of the cases brought by Mark Randazza. So the first case was the protesters. That was they were the first to bring the temporary restraining order request, right? And in this case, it's kind of through the looking glass. If you're asking for a temporary restraining order, it's on the enforcement of the buffer zone. So you're asking somebody not to do something. Most TROs are asking somebody to do something. Anyway, so they lost. Took it up on appeal to the First Circuit. That was argued 2 weeks ago, and late last week, they did come up with a decision, or maybe it was only a week ago that it was argued. I think it was very quickly done. Mark Randazza did that, and he said during the session, the justices were asking, questions like, "Well, how do we fix this? What could you choke down, counselor?" And it's not that they ever came up with any sort of decision.
That I did not have when I checked email before coming to court today. So I'll hear you quickly on these. I've had a chance to read them. So, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Okay, here we go. I knew it had to be heard.
Let's today focus on the Bowden ones. We can focus on the other one later.
My motion memorandum on Bowden just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar, that not all evidence is admissible, characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to ask a question. It's not limitless. Bowden is wide parameters to ask the investigator about their state of mind, about the scope of the investigation, but it has boundaries of reasonableness. And my earlier objections about offering information that go into beyond Bowden, delve into third-party, inadmissible evidence, those objections are what compelled me to draft this motion. And I can continue and will continue to object during the case, but once the questions are asked, if they're improper, the jury hears them, it inflames the jury. And without a basis and an intention to follow it up with substantive proof, the question should not be asked.
So the one point I want you to focus on, Mr. Brennan, is the specific evidence regarding materials that Sergeant Bukhenik has not been able to look at.
You want me to?
Is that something we can do here in open court, or based on the protective order? Is that something that should be done at sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right. Why don't you come up, Mr. Jackson?
Okay. Was there any doubt, whether true or not, that he was going to say it was sidebar? So yeah, wake up. That's better than an alarm clock. Wake up. It's time to get up. Everybody wake up. And would you imagine having your alarm clock with a Hank Brennan voice? Anyway, so they're going to talk about whether or not this cross-examination of Yuri Bukhenik can be unlimited, unfettered, unrestricted, unlimited. According to Hank Brennan, it needs to be limited because the judge focused his argument, we'll see, on just the things that are reflective of the Bowden defense. So we'll see. And again, third-party defense. His position is that apparently there are better people to testify to this. Oh, you think? Like Proctor? And I believe that's coming. There's some people that think he's going to escape the witness stand. I don't think so. And especially true if the judge limits what Yuri Bukhenik can talk about here. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, where was I? I think I was about the cases against the Commonwealth and the Troopas. So Circuit Court upholds the protesters' right to have the buffer zone addressed and kicks it back down, right? But it does an interesting thing, and it basically punts to this court to say, look, you have an opportunity to work this out however you think it's appropriate. I talked to Mark Randazzo yesterday. He said he's not technically been involved with anything yet. There's no real timetable yet, but I don't think this is it's going to be allowed to just kind of sit and spin. I don't think this will be a pocket veto, as I believe has been done with my request for a press conference, a press credential. So he's not waiting either. He filed an emergency motion over the weekend to relieve the Tom CPU, my case, from the stay. There had been a stay put in place for the other two cases. The Delgado case, the guy's sticker was ripped off his clothing, and the journalist case, we were stayed until day after tomorrow. But he's put in a request to be relieved from that stay so we can go forward with our TRO. Now, some people might be thinking, and this is just legit, well, how you're getting into the zone and you're doing the thing that you want to do. You have not gotten a press credential, which means you can't go into court, but you're not being withheld from the buffer zone. Absolutely right, 100% right. Bigger questions at issue here, but it does make a little bit different handling of my situation versus Tom's CPU. Hopefully, it'll all be resolved in the favor of First Amendment free speech. So that is yet to be decided. But that happened literally just over the weekend. Mark was going to do a quick interview because I want to get an update on where we were, what was going on. And I guess he was kind of busy doing that. He also said he was at a bodybuilding competition. Now, if you've ever had anybody tell you, yeah, I'm at a bodybuilding competition, your first thought is, are you watching it? Are you in it? I suggest you do not ask that question of anybody that tells you they're at a bodybuilding competition. It can go no way but sideways, no matter what the answer. Okay, so we'll find out, hopefully in the next day or so, what the new buffer zone looks like. My prediction is, because it's kind of the easy bailout for some, it'll go back to what it was last year, which is really significant because as you're looking at the courthouse, going to the right is the area that has been extended. The area to the left, where most people now hang out, is where it was last time. It's 200 feet. It's just before you get to the post office, and it's just before the more traditional, retail area where people go to get their bagel, and there's a great pizza place there. I have to keep myself from having too many slices of pizza there, but very, very good stuff. That's down to, again, the left as you're looking at the front of the courthouse. To the right is the area that has been extended, and it goes out now beyond the church, which has a pretty large kind of parking lot, lawn area, and that's where Scott was describing how they would use that area and everybody would queue up and got the lawn chairs and ice chests, and they weren't doing any damage. It wasn't like Woodstock and they're leaving behind who knows what. It was civil. So I predict, at the very least, I'd be really kind of impressed and shocked if it gets shrunk lower than that. But I think it's going to be at least to that will be restored, and that's something. Okay, it doesn't mean it's one of those deals, like any compromise, it kind of stinks for everybody's unhappy. Oh, we got a good compromise then. So that should unfold this week. I don't think there's any way to delay some action on it, with Mark Randazzo continuing to press, with the First Circuit kind of dangling over the lower court that, look, if this court can't figure it out, we're going to do it for you at the federal court level. We're going to figure this out. I don't think even Judge Bev wants that, as much as she'd like to be hands off. This is her issue. This is her thing. She's the one that granted this. She's the one that expanded the buffer zone. So she can't walk away from this clean. So what we're doing now is a sidebar, so Mr. Brennan can make his arguments about why Yuri Bukhenik should not be allowed to be cross-examined on certain areas of this case relating to third-party culpability. This could go either way. I don't have a gut feeling as to how this can go, because there's a remedy. If he's restricted on this cross-examination, then the defense will definitely have to recall the guy, and they can get into whatever these areas are that are prohibited at the moment. On the other hand, if she allows him to get into these things. Maybe he takes a little longer on the stand this time, but he's done, and then hopefully done. Again, he would be subject to recall because he has been listed as a defense witness. So he could come back even if this works out to the defense advantage here, and they get to question him about everything they'd like to question him about. It's clear that they're using Bukhenik at the very least to pave the way for Proctor in the defense case. They're squeezing from him everything they possibly can that relates to the investigation that he was the supervisor of Proctor for. I know it's hard to believe when you watch this, when you hear him testify. Very hard to believe he supervised anybody. I wouldn't have him supervising an ice cream truck. So is it because he's just trying to cover his own ass and Proctor's at the same time? Because as Karen Reed told me the other day, he was the supervisor. So if he dumps on Proctor, isn't he dumping on himself as well? Puts him in a very interesting position, and not one that you'd want to be in, especially in the midst of a murder trial. So, and you'll remember that, part of the investigation that ultimately led to Proctor's firing, they really stuck it to Bukhenik. They nailed him. 5 vacation days. Can you believe it? 5 whole vacation days. He was supposedly lost them. I don't know. We don't have access to the files. I'm not so sure he actually lost anything. In fact, they might have given him an attaboy. I am very curious to hear what happens after his testimony here, which has been atrocious. Lying, withholding, answering questions nonsensically, like I need a dictionary to figure out the word theory. Just embarrassing. I give him his due as a 9-year-old immigrant from the Ukraine. He's living the dream, right? And so fine, good for him. Now he's abusing the dream because there's no way that he should be allowed to perform his duties anymore based on what he's done in this case and what he's done along with Mr. Proctor. And I do say Mr. Proctor. I don't say Trooper Proctor.
This was my hair 6 hours after wash day. Now this is
Hey.
my hair on day 3. I've tried every oily hair product and hack out there.
Oh, wait, I wanted to see about the oily hair products. Yeah. So, what else was I going to cover before we were so rudely interrupted by the court actually starting on time? I was looking back at some of the testimony, over the weekend, and trying to figure out where they might be going next and what is left. The Sallyport scenario still has not been fully explored. I know there's some concern that maybe because on direct examination, Bukhenik talked about the Sallyport. He talked about his being there. He talked about having never touched the vehicle, of course, but maybe he didn't go into it far enough to get into the videos. I'm not so sure that's true. Obviously, it's going to be subject to whatever Judge Bev decides at a given moment, but that has to be gotten into to whatever degree the court will allow. And if it's not him, there were a few others that were there, passing through in the area, recorded there. So it is definitely not the end of the Sallyport issue. So that's one big thing. I was trying to think what else that they hadn't got into with this guy that in his different, this is very different than the first trial where, Proctor was front and center. And so Bukhenik took a little bit of a lesser role on the stand. Well, now they're either to cover their butts because they're not sure what the Proctor factor looks like this time around, or because the prosecution is not calling Proctor and they're going to have to call him on the defense side. And I say they're not calling Proctor only because they didn't mention him in the opening statements. They could, it's up to them. I'd be shocked, but I do think he's going to be coming on in the defense case. And so now you're massaging the Proctor testimony with the Bukhenik testimony, and it's important to decide who you're going to lean on for a given part of the testimony. I think, what do you think of this? I think there is some impact to the fact that Yuri Bukhenik, like him, hate him, despised him. He's still on the force, right? He's still a trooper, a sergeant. So he will carry, I believe, more weight than Proctor because Proctor has been disgraced and is a former trooper. I don't know, I guess it depends on each juror member's take on police, law enforcement in general. It seems to me a disgraced fired trooper is just a notch below Bukhenik, although I have to say Bukhenik's testimony is helping him kind of rise perhaps even with Michael Proctor at this point. So again, continued hearing now at the bench because Hank doesn't want to share his arguments. So he's basically trying to convince the court that Yuri Bukhenik's testimony needs to be cut off at the knees on cross-examination as it relates to anything in the Bowden defense third-party culpability testimony. And so we'll see if that actually is paid off.
Let's bring in the jury. Will that take a couple of minutes, Paul? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're bringing in the jury, which suggests to me that Mr. Brennan lost, because unless there's something we obviously hear in the cross-examination as it continues of Mr. Bukhenik, I think we have to assume he lost. We don't know for sure at this point, but we do know this: no open argument in the court about his issues and what he wants and what he was hoping to limit with Yuri Bukhenik. Let's see if we can figure out, when Alan Jackson begins again, whether that motion was granted. Was it held in abeyance? Is it going to be subject to revisiting? Because it's when you don't get the goods on the record in front of the public, Judge C, which I think is totally ridiculous, it's harder to tell exactly what happened with a motion. It's easier to tell with an objection because you know what was objected to, and then when they go back at it, if they take a 90-degree turn to something different, they probably lost the objection if they're defending. So that's not the case with a motion. It could be a number of different outcomes, and it might be harder to tell. But I know you'll figure it out, and when you do, let me know. We are day 14. Does that feel about right to you? Does that feel about right? We're beginning technically the fourth week, and I think of the first 3 weeks, 15 potential court days, right? We were in for 13. That's actually not too bad. Not bad at all. And they were mostly full court days, which are short days anyway in the real world. So I don't know. I think we're moving along pretty well. I think I heard Judge Kenyoni say last week that they were on time, maybe even a touch ahead. So we'll see. We'll see if that continues. I do believe, as we talked about before, the case in chief for the prosecution is going to be shorter than the first time because they are relying heavily on the rebuttal case that they know they're going to need. In fact, if you look at their case in chief, as we've seen it unfold, how much of it has been really defending the expected defense case? I mean, we haven't heard enough about the injuries, and we've heard zero about Officer John O'Keefe's injuries. We've heard zero about how those might have been caused specifically. We know what the claim is. Jury knows generally what the claim is. Oh, they think this defendant hit John O'Keefe with her SUV, and then he goes down and ultimately dies from exposure. Hypothermia. Now, if I tell you hypothermia, what are you gonna Google? How long to die in the cold? I don't think so. Maybe you'll Google hypothermia, or maybe you'll Google how long to survive in the cold. Why would you Google how long to die? I don't care what time you did it. Why would you do that? Why would you use those words? That to me, weird, very weird, and that's my legal opinion. Weird, just doesn't match. It's just not common sense that you would translate hypothermia into how long to die in cold. I don't know. I guess maybe that's what you're thinking if you want somebody to die in the cold, or you think they may already be dead having been out in the cold. I just don't understand. So again, we haven't had the details we need on the injuries and ultimate death, and we have nothing on causation. Nothing to suggest, other than vague suggestions, that the SUV hit Officer John O'Keefe. So those are obviously big matzo balls that are going to have to be dealt with by the prosecution. But again, I would not be shocked to see them done in the next 2 weeks, max, really, depending on how these weeks play out. And then the fun begins, because in addition to what we're seeing by cross-examination, which is a pretty good chunk of the defense case, think of the witnesses. how many have been turned into basically defense witnesses, right?
You are unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Okay. Let the fun begin. And I'll just hang around. I'll hang around and we can chat when the opportunity arises. Jury is now coming in. As you can tell, we've moved from fan 1 to fan 2, which is the signal that the camera guy has panned across the ceiling so he doesn't have a chance of picking up the jury as they're getting into their places.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Julie. We appreciate your patience this morning. We're trying really hard to cut back on the sidebar conferences, so we spent some time this morning, hopefully paving the way for that to be able to happen. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here for the week? Everyone said no. Thank you. Could we have Sergeant Bukhenik again, please? And Mr. Jackson, you can go to the podium.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sergeant, I'll remind you, you're on the road. Thank you.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen a Ford Edge being moved into a location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by, it wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again, and it was there, impeding his plow route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he say he first saw the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it. He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can grab that report real quick. Let me ask this. Well, it's a very lengthy report. Instead of making you sit there and wait, let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the area free of the Ford Edge? In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning? Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2 6:30, but again, I would have to look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place, maybe an hour later.
Sounds about right. Again,
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with 34 Fairview?
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second to One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant returned from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Evidence was returned by Ring. Yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Yes.
Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'm not 100% sure.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report, perhaps?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that 3-page report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Obviously, we all know the importance of all the Ring footage that we didn't see, and just the little shreds that we did see are helpful for one side or the other, primarily for the defense, I think, if you think of the Meadows Avenue Ring footage. And they're talking about the John O'Keefe account now. So that's the one bit or 2 bits, maybe 3 bits of video that we look at. Remember, there was the gathering of the cars when they returned to Meadows. And there's obviously the big one is the 507 SUV driven by Karen Reed leaving One Meadows and obviously bumping into Officer John O'Keefe's Traverse. Let's see if he's been refreshed.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the Ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the Ring, from the Ring company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Of course. Take your time.
Well, at least he didn't fight about who had authored the other report. It was authored by, I don't know, I don't recognize the writing. It's some guy, I don't know, the initials look like M and maybe that's a P, but I'm not sure. I can't really read that. Yeesh. Yeah, so the Ring log report was accessed by Michael Proctor. He did a report on the report basically saying, yeah, we accessed that information from John O'Keefe's phone. So we're continuing in that vein now. We believe, Alan Jackson is kind of building this picture that here's the Ring stuff you did get, and why the hell didn't you get anything else from other area Ring cameras or Arlo cameras? Okay, does he look refreshed?
Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files, there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
And again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's my question. Can we, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw in terms of the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you saw bruising on his arm? What were you talking about?
I actually indicated bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, that fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree, at least for this purpose for the purposes of this discussion, that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any bruising from the wrist to his shoulder?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity, blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that the skin looks discolored in addition to the abrasions that we see?
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area.
I see that area, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin, separate and apart from the abrasion, from the abrasions or lacerations to the skin. The discoloration. Do you see that discoloration or no?
I do not know.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm?
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you. I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV. You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does 4:12 sound like it could be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the video evidence that, and then also the exact time that we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be argued that that's when it was seized. Even we had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a, had a tow truck driver actually put it onto the back of a flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware at some point that there was video evidence. You just referenced it. Video evidence of that, I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized, that stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m., that was a false statement, correct?
There's a discrepancy in time there, yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it a different way. Did you take any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4:12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video, we learned much later. So the approximate time, 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it, no.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not have access to that video, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that Michael Proctor actually wrote and drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath, he did not know that a video existed, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to word it differently.
Sure. At the time that let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
No, we did not know.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I want to ask you about something that was brought up on direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and were a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was, in fact, a trooper in your charge.
Yes.
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
Yes.
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
Yes.
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
Yes.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Does Bukhenik just sound resigned to you? Just like,
I'm handing
yeah.
you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DiCicco, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Bukhenik, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know it's probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DeChico sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
You can turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the court's
Yes.
permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
Well, of course, Mr. Brennan is not perfectly happy with the document to be introduced into evidence and therefore shown to the jury, because that's what Mr. Jackson wants to do. It's a photo. I'm guessing it shows, I don't know what it shows, but some information that Brennan believes should not be shared with the public.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
you need this.
It's Exhibit FF for ID.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
So are you admitting into evidence, page 263?
I would.
Do you have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
And can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Okay.
Exhibit 116.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
So we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant. I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the multi-page document FF, in response to Trooper DeChico's photograph that he sent to the group, you responded to that photograph, did you not?
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did?
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
There's a trooper by the name of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, his statement, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor, in this series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone, correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through naked pictures, for naked pictures through the phone.
He wrote, no nudes so far, right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, no nudes so far?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on, or you don't want to comment on?
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him from potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
Do you stand by your testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
He also called her retarded, correct?
That is what's written.
That's what's written? That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote?
That's what he wrote.
And that's what you read.
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society. Retarded, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but so I cannot speak to
But
that.
that's what you did.
I acknowledged the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
This thread, text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question. Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I acknowledge the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask you another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not. No.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
By myself or
No,
somebody else?
by Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power to go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you derive, correct? You work for the public. Would you agree?
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police Authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it differently. Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As you sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
No, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I expect you hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022, you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what does
You
that mean?
knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? The cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one, October 2022. Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
Professionalism.
Yes,
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
during his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism, you said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes.
Competence? Do you
Yeah.
believe he displayed competence?
Yes.
And not just in integrity, but he conducted himself, as you put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
This was not, Sergeant Bukhenik, a private text message conversation. This was with his boss and 4 or 5 other individuals, one of whom was your boss, correct?
Correct.
This was a communication intended for and received by members of his unit in furtherance of his investigative authority, correct?
It was amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone, correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
That is unfortunately shared that on that group text.
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do that.
He didn't just put it, that derogatory comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? You talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask a question.
Sure.
No comments first, okay?
My question is, did he just say the word? Or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
Your Honor, may we approach it just very briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Well, so that happened. Yeah, I'm starting to see, and I don't know if it's a CYA, that's cover your ass, plan by the defense, or if in fact they're not going to call Proctor because they're going to use this guy as the whipping boy. Either way, it's pretty effective when you are reading not just those texts in the context of Trooper Proctor, who they came from, then Trooper Proctor, but with the supervisor who got those texts. And, wouldn't you think, if you were in his position, if you weren't, kind of a shady, sleazebally kind of guy, that you would immediately respond, hey, that's inappropriate, knock it off. If I see it again, there's going to be problems. Wouldn't you do that? Yeah, you would. If you did not embrace, encourage, agree with those kinds of actions. And the word retarded, which has become a trigger word, was pounded on over and over and over again by Alan Jackson. And this is a perfect example of whether you get an answer or not. It don't matter, because the question is hanging in the air, and that's a big enchilada there, just hanging for the jury to be repeatedly reminded that this officer, who I'm confident they would love to see now, this former trooper. Whether they do or not, I still don't know. But they would love to see this guy. They want to stare this guy down. They want to look this guy over and say, okay, so this is the guy that used not just the retarded word, but admits to looking through the defendant's phone for nudes. And of course, based on his performance review, and this was new stuff and very important stuff, and goes to my point that maybe lambasting Proctor through his supervisor has even more weight. But on his most recent review after all of these texts, that was in October of 2022, the review, he gets a 5 out of 5. He gets the highest performance review number you could get, in highlighting all of his, his professionalism, his honor, his dignity, his care for the community, that he always carries himself with the highest regard for the community. It's a joke. It's a joke, and it's not lost on this jury. It is not lost on the jury. They're hearing this, and again, it makes them so much more anxious to see this guy in the flesh. And whether he is or not, I do not know. But you see that Bukhenik is basically being used to parrot what we heard then Trooper Michael Proctor talk about when he testified. So it's very effective, and it's at least opened my mind to the possibility that Proctor won't be called. If you can get in virtually everything you needed from him, other than the fact that the jury gets to see the slime ball in person, then maybe you can survive without him. Maybe the defense has learned that there was going to be a fight about him being called in, or to the degree to which he could testify. I don't think the grounds would be good. I mean, the guy's obviously integral to what happened, even though he's not officially the lead investigator. Apparently, he's just the case agent. But I think we know better. So, scheduling issue. This ought to be interesting, just for the cookbook reasons we follow a trial. What is it that we're looking at? If we're talking about the scheduling issue being brought up by Alan Jackson, is that a question regarding their defense case, which may be on the horizon, and he wants to make sure they've got that scheduling issue figured out? Or is it somebody on the team? You never know, because as I've said many times, a trial is a living, breathing thing. And so we'll find out.
I should have given you a break before this, but I thought that was going to be quick. Why don't we take the morning recess?
Okay, now we're going to take the break.
Court all rise
Okay.
for the jury.
again, living, breathing thing. Not always, sometimes it seems like it's needs life support, but nonetheless, that's what it is. So we're gonna have the morning break here. I wanted to look at something, and I've asked our bosses, Dizzy and Missy. I think Dizzy's on the got the con to look at a video that I did last Thursday when the whole gang was leaving the courthouse. You can go ahead and roll that now, Diz, if you got it handy, and then I'll just talk up to the point where I think is most important. And this is so on point with what we're hearing now with Bukhenik. This was again this was last Thursday about 4-ish, as everybody was leaving the courthouse there. And again, obviously, this is me and I'm recording, and I'm in the buffer zone. I'm at the courthouse steps, so and I've not been arrested. So this is where, as an aside, I think somebody got the memo. Leave this guy alone. He's a pain in the ass, but he's now suing us. So let's just give him a wide berth. So I appreciate that for whatever the motivation. So it allows me to be there and to do this as they come down the ramp, and they do that primarily because they're carrying luggage. They could not get through the pre-check with all that luggage. I'll tell you that. You'll see the majority of all the reporters and cameras are all gaggled. This is the gaggle, and they're all gaggled there. And so I move in just to see something. But let's listen to some of her comments before we get to the question I asked her.
Can you describe him going to the house, which door and how and when?
No, I have though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
Do you think Proctor will testify?
I don't believe so, but you've seen this afternoon how much evidence has not been shown to this jury. And we've had to work really hard, Alan's had to work really hard to organize it so that they can be presented actual evidence in this case.
Would you testify?
To be determined.
Karen, what did you think of the difficulty in getting Sergeant Bukhenik to answer a direct question?
It was just a little bit worse than it was last year.
Did you delete the ring video?
I wouldn't know how, and I would have no access, and that'll come on.
What do you think of the difficulty of getting Proctor's name in?
I'm sure you know why we've had difficulty getting his name out there. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm asking about the relationship between Proctor and Bukhenik in terms of this testimony.
That Sergeant Bukhenik was helping Proctor or running away from him?
He's a supervisor, so if he hurts him, he's hurting himself.
I mean, that is so spot on, and we're seeing that now. I think today is the worst day in terms of how Proctor is coming across and how Bukhenik, to use the cliche, he looked the other way. I think he did more than that. He was on board. He was on board for the whole maligning of the suspect and supporting whatever Proctor felt he needed to do to, get what evidence they thought was important for any conviction they might be able to get. So anyway, I thought that was interesting in retrospect that this guy now, as the supervisor, obviously is being made to look at the worst possible supervisor. The Reeds were going across the street. That's why I shot that. SD, who is so nice. She sits right next to the Reeds, and they were parked down the street there. So I was following them down the road just a little bit. You'll notice at the gaggle there at the end of the ramp, it kind of clogs the arteries, right? And so way in the back, you see Mr. Reed, and you see I think SD might have been in that group as well. Anyway, they just want to get the hell out of there. And so when they clog the chute there to do a few questions, it causes little practical issues. Anyway, so as you're watching this, as you're watching Bukhenik, is he worse than you imagined? Is he worse than last week? I know Karen Reed suggested he's doing, I think she said, a little worse than last time. I think it was a hell of a lot worse than last time, especially just considering this morning. It really puts him in this position as a supervisor, reinforced by the review, 5 out of 5, great review. It really reinforces that this guy is, he's covering for a subordinate who has since been fired. So you heard Karen Reed say that she didn't think Proctor was going to be called. Obviously, she's the voice of the defense now because everybody else has been gagged. So I think the better it goes with Bukhenik, and by better I mean for the defense, the less likely they're going to need to bring Proctor in, because they're laying his dirty laundry out there. I think it's unfortunate. I think the jury deserves to see this guy. I think they deserve to see him squirm. But from a legal perspective, if they can get everything in from Proctor through Bukhenik, his supervisor, who thinks he's just the best, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's a little less satisfying for the jury, but it's not bad. Okay, let me talk about, well, we got a few minutes during this break, a few of the different things that came up during this controversy, this testimony about all of those texts. Oh, before we do that, a note that I forgot, I didn't get to this earlier today. I was listening to Tom CPU before we got started because, as usual, he's up a hell of a lot earlier than I am. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm not Linda Kenny Bodden. She's on special assignment today, so I appreciate you tuning in for less rant. I'm sorry, I just don't have the rant. I'm not a ranter. I'm a reasoner, a reflective. Anyway, so this morning, Tom was talking about a little girl. Somebody had reported to him a little girl with a flag had been kicked out of the buffer zone, when in fact we know that Scott McGinnis constantly parades with his giant flag. I think he sleeps with that flag. I've never seen him without it. And they don't do a thing. So I'm thinking, well, okay, maybe it's the little girl. I was there last Thursday when a little girl, maybe it's the same one, maybe they've done it to others, she entered the buffer zone from if you're looking at the courthouse, from the right side, and a trooper, immediately went to her and told her to get the hell out. Well, he didn't say that, but he effectively escorted her back toward the intersection, back toward the other part of the buffer zone. And all she had was, wasn't even a big flag. Scott McGinnis has a big flag, but she had, just like a small girl type flag, an American flag. And he kicked her out, basically. So I'm thinking, well, is that because she was a kid and she was unescorted? Or I don't think there's a good reason to kick anybody out who's got an American flag. What the hell's wrong with you? But in fact, it did happen. So sort of in response to what Tom had heard from earlier this morning, I can attest to it. Yeah, it happened. And whether that was the first time or the second time, I saw it happen. This little girl kicked out because she's carrying an American flag. That's outrageous. We did hear a little bit earlier about the edge. We know how important that Ford Edge issue is. Not that the objection would have been sustained or mattered, but I was surprised there was no objection when the point was made that the Albert family did have an edge, because disconnected from so many other pieces of this puzzle, it's almost a so what. Obviously, it lays a very important inference in this jury's mind. But the fact is, just because the Albert family has an edge or has been known to have an edge, it's a little tenuous. It's a little bit, I think, but it wasn't objected to, and it came in. So that seed has now been planted. The real question is, remember when Lucky testifies, Lucky the snowplow driver, he's going to talk about his route. He came by once, it wasn't there. He came by a second time, it was there. The timing on that is going to be critical. Was it 3:30 in the morning? Was it an hour later when he saw it there? So that's going to be important. I don't think it's a package that gets a bow on it. I think it's just going to be left out there floating in the ether for folks to decide, is that important? Is it not important? Is it confirmed? I know that there are some folks that are confident that is what was used to dump John O'Keefe's body there on the front lawn, or somehow move it or protect it, or was going to be used to move him or something, that it's directly related to Officer John O'Keefe's body on the lawn. I'm not so sure that there will ever be enough evidence to support that theory. And theory, well, I got to go ask Bukhenik what a theory is. The ring logs, obviously, and you heard Karen Reed respond to this question on the courthouse steps on Thursday about deleting any ring camera footage. She said she wouldn't even know how to do it, but that's what they were getting to as part of that information about the ring log. Who had gotten the log? Proctor looked at it, whether it shows any connection to Karen Reed at all, doing anything to any ring camera footage. So if the jury had that question hanging out there, the defense felt they had to address it. I'm going to have to start calling Yuri Bukhenik Dr. Bukhenik. The doctor is in, because his explanation of lividity, I'm going to have to get Dr. Michael Bodden back on here. streaming partner's husband to find out how the definition was pretty complete. If you ask me, I've always just thought of it as the pooling of blood. You know, when the body is post-mortem, where's the blood pool based on where the body is laying. If you're laying on your back, pools on your butt, maybe the back of your shoulders. You get it. But he went into some major detail on that, and I was surprised. Anyway, we talked about the seizure of the SUV in Dighton because there's a video involved in that, and of course, this was one of the big moments last week when Bukhenik was ultimately forced to admit that none of the police searches that turned up the parts to the they had their own bag of parts. None of these pieces showed up until after the SUV had been taken into the Canton Police Sallyport. None of them. So to me, it's a fantastical story, to believe that all of these different searches took place, and as each one did, as the snow disappeared, the pieces revealed themselves. And it also makes me flash back to Jen McCabe. I mean, almost like, she's just trying so hard to get certain points into her testimony. Of course, I hit him. That was beaten to death, so to speak. But at the very end, when she had to throw in that there were taillight pieces around his body. Whoa, wait. I mean, nobody's ever suggested that they were obviously there. Nobody with a weed leaf blower would think that they were there. So why did she think they were there? Because she felt it was important to slam that into her testimony, and it really ends up discrediting her and making it look like she's got some narrative she's trying to sell this jury, because we know it was over time that these 46 pieces were found. So let's see the photo. Interesting, the photo with the Yannetti headshot. We know it was done basically so that we could hear Proctor talk about how he hated David Yannetti. That was kind of the lead into the text messaging. That was the lead into the very first set of messages, including the retarded comment and the no nudes so far. And that's when Proctor says, "I hate that man. I truly hate him." Okay. Then I did like the moment where Jackson is pressing Yannetti about the search for nudes and whether he was condoning it or encouraging it. And he said, well, what do you think he was talking about? Was he talking about handbags? It was so hard for Bukhenik to just admit, as it was last week, the most rudimentary, obvious things. Just admit them, dude. I mean, you're in a corner. I do think, and Linda pointed this out, she sent a text about her phrase is the station house adjustment, because earlier, right off the bat, Bukhenik seemed to be a little more helpful, but I think that disappeared. That disappeared after about the first 15 minutes when we got into the texts and the nudes and the thumbs up for using the retarded word, all of those things. I think he's described that word since as vile. Yeah, and then Jackson's contrasting that with the performance review, which was a 5 out of 5, honor, integrity, professionalism, blah blah blah, and obviously none of those things really should apply. And again, this performance review, remember, it's right in the middle of the investigation into Michael Proctor. So it just makes you wonder, do these people even think before they do what they do in terms of report writing and documenting and actually putting down in writing things that so easily will come back to bite you in the ass? They're memorializing stuff in reports that just look ridiculous. And it has to be done with either A, stupidity, just plain stupid, or with this sense that, well, who cares? It ain't ever coming back to get me. What's the worst that could possibly happen? It's just the attitude is unbelievable to me. Just whipping through some of the comments and questions here. If you have anything, feel free to send it along, and we can chat about some things you might have wondered about. I feel like we're just really getting into this guy in terms of the there's been very little good. There's been some bad, and man, there's been some ugly. So I have a feeling that it ain't getting better. Kathleen Heather, I always wondered if it's worth during opening and closing argument pushing the jury that it's not your job to solve the case, kind of like pushing reasonable doubt. Of course, there's no doubt about that. And we know, if we didn't know from the jury from round one, our common sense told us that if you give the jury too much as a defense, that there's a possibility they will start looking to the defense to prove whatever you've given them. In this case, this conspiracy third-party culprit framed idea. It really, it may have caused the ultimate mistrial, hung jury on the second charge, because some of the jurors were thinking, well, the defense never proved there was conspiracy. How could that many people, that was the core disbelief. How could so many people keep their mouths shut and basically walk the line and tell the story that they had been told to tell? Tell them the guy never came in the house, right? First of all, I have total confidence in people that they can maintain a lie uniformly and consistently if they're motivated to. And the way things seem to run in that little town, certain people are the bosses and certain people are the dweebs, the followers, and they do what they're told. You do what you're told, or there will be consequences. So I believe, yeah, you can tell that many people to keep their story straight, and they will. Remember, first of all, it's a pretty tight set of facts. It's not like they're having to memorize a Shakespearean play. It's a pretty series of simple facts. Never came in the house, never saw him on the lawn. I mean, really, once you get those two down, well, you can just stick with that. How tough is it? Brooklyn, AJ should cut out all of these nonsense texts and concentrating on getting Karen off the case. Well, I appreciate that, but remember, the defense is that the Commonwealth, through the police, have an agenda, and from the very beginning, they had no interest in investigating the case. They just wanted to pick Karen Reed, go after Karen Reed, convict Karen Reed, or more precisely, get her to take a plea deal. So I don't have a problem with. I don't think you can avoid these texts. I mean, what kind of picture does it paint about the investigation? It tells this jury that maybe getting to the right result was not the focus of the investigation. Getting to their result was the focus of the investigation. And I think you have to go through these texts to do that, which is why I also think you need Proctor. And maybe I feel a little less like that they need him. So far today, it's going very well using Bukhenik to expose Proctor. But I'd still personally like to see him. I'm trying to divorce my personal interest in seeing him and watching him squirm from the legal necessity, right? Could they go without him? I think there's no doubt they could go forward without him and prove what they have proven in terms of the bias of the investigation. I think they're a long way in making that done. But Proctor may be able to fill in some holes and reinforce how bad it really was. Let's see what other notes I had here. The parroting I mentioned. What do you think about Bukhenek's effort to call on the First Amendment, and justify Proctor's some of his comments? Well, he has a First Amendment right. Yeah, he's got a First Amendment right. I don't think anybody's buying that, and he sort of backtracked on it at a certain point, calling some of the comments, unfortunate. But yeah, to invoke the First Amendment, I thought was ironic in light of some of the stuff we're going through outside the courtroom. Yeah, First Amendment, pretty important. Yep, pretty important, especially if you're telling the truth in a police report. So funny. Let's see. One of the things that, again, we've talked about this a couple of times, we're still, a mile from the Sallyport discussion. So is that something that's going to have to come from another witness, a Proctor type witness, or This is the guy that was the inverted dude last time. I mean, I don't think Bukhenik had any idea what he was in for this time, comparing it to last time. I mean, last time was the literal walk in the park. This is not. This is walking over glass shards and hot coals, and so he knows the video issue was raised last time. He was the guy caught with his hand in the cookie jar. But we haven't gotten there yet. And I wonder if that is by design. We're going to get to it toward the end. Alan Jackson thinks it's going to be maybe one of those mic drop crescendo moments, which seem to come in gobs with this particular client or witness. Oh God, he may need representation when this is over with. Anybody think he's really going to suffer any consequences as a result of what he's admitted on the stand, what he's sanctioned, what he's perhaps encouraged? Certainly has looked the other way on. I don't know. I don't know if it would come from the state. Maybe it'll come from federal authorities. The feds are watching. They watch the first trial, and they're watching this one. And who knows? Who knows what kind of investigation could come from what we're seeing in this case, right? And this is the point that we've all been talking about here. If you're a supervisor, you're on the hook. That's you. That's what a supervisor does. So in this particular case, to sit there and squirm while you're admitting everything that you acknowledged, allowed, encouraged on behalf of Michael Proctor as this case was being investigated, it's got to be, I don't feel sorry for him, but it's got to be the most uncomfortable moment to be a supervisor of anything. But here's the other thing I thought of. There's such an arrogance, that comes from not just the lower level folks. It's an untouchability. That's the sense I get. Do whatever you want. You would think, in light of Michael Proctor's former trooper status, that people might take notice and be more concerned. But I don't see it. I just see that same kind of arrogance that got him in major trouble the first time around, and ain't doing so good this time around either, right? Here's the big question, right? Who is winning? I think, again, at this point, remember, we're now into we're week 4. This is day 14. I think at the very least, we are halfway through the prosecution's case. We may be much closer to the end than that, but let's look at it that way. Let's just say half, okay? At this point, you better be leaning, the scales of justice better be leaning in favor of the prosecution. If not bottomed out, slam dunk, they got you, right? I don't see that here. I don't see anything beyond even at best. Okay, so unless they've got something huge to come, this prosecution has to assume the jury is moron status, that they just don't get, or they want, if they're stealth jurors, they're looking for a reason to convict at any point for any purpose. It doesn't matter. Whatever they see doesn't matter. They've already made up their minds. They're going to get Karen Reed, and that's certainly a possibility. Maybe enough to lead to a hung jury, in my opinion, not enough to lead to a conviction. So yeah, who's winning right now? I think the defense is clearly winning because the prosecution is losing, if that makes any sense, right? That we saw the first, I think that the photo today of the arm was the first photo, right? We hadn't seen that before. In this case, obviously, we've seen it to death. Anytime you see that, even if you haven't seen it in a while, or you try and remember your first impression, that pops up, you go, man, that looks like scratches, or even bites if you get a closer look. And unless you find the attack of the tail light, unless you think, you've got to be convinced, A, that there was contact, B, that contact led to those injuries on that arm. I think that's the contact, I think, is going to be subject to lots of expert testimony and discussion, right? And Karen Reed's own words and those different documentaries, including the new one on the ID, originally on ID, Body in the Snow, now available on HBO Max. She says, you know, could I have brushed him? Could I have clipped him? And there's a slight injury to the knee. So I think there's enough there that somebody could say, well, you know, I don't know if it gets you beyond reasonable doubt, but it's certainly something that the jury can glom onto. But even if that's true, I don't know how you get past those arm injuries caused by any sort of contact with the car. They're just too specific. They're too, you know, and I'm not looking at it. I'm no, you know, I'm certainly no doctor and haven't done any autopsies or anything. But I look at that and my thought is it's, you know, scratches, scrapes, bites, cuts, something with uniformity. And I just don't know how you get there. I just don't know how you get there. So, and we will know that they will show limited photos. That one that we've seen with the arm is one of them that's been approved. But we won't see all of the autopsy photos or the hospital photos by design, and I have no problem with that. Yeah, you know, I've seen a lot of this is Aka is my kryptonite. Michael, do you have water stains or salt deposits in the light? No, let me double check. Maybe I missed something. Nope, clean as a whistle. I've seen, you know, a lot of back and forth about and somebody, I don't think it was microdots, but it was somebody that took some time to do their own investigation, and now it wasn't microdots, and they were suggesting that because of the snow, because of the salt that's used to treat the snow, that if in fact that light had been broken into so many pieces that a lot of the interior part was exposed, driving it just that night after the fact, again, you have to believe that Karen Reed hit Officer John O'Keefe at or about 12:32-ish. Okay, so that's when the light breaks. That's when it's now totally exposed. And it's driven first to Meadows Avenue and then ultimately to Dighton. That's a lot of road time, especially in the midst of a blizzard where you're going to have more salt on the road and more corrosive elements that should, in theory, stick to any surface, including inside the light once the lens is broken. And we haven't seen that talked about except in the internet sphere. But we'll see if they get to it in the expert testimony or not. Remember, talking about ACA, that's a good question, because if we're looking for a timeline to create a timeline as it relates to the broken taillight, was it when Karen Reed backed into John O'Keefe's car and it was, quote, cracked, as some have suggested? Or was it at the time, those who believe she ran into John O'Keefe, that it shattered, exploded into 46 pieces? Or was it at some point after it arrived at the Sallyport? Each of those points in time will be at least helped to be solidified if there is some evidence that it was exposed to the elements, right? And I don't know if we're going to get to that. Don't know if it's going to be an issue or not. I think it's a good question. Just don't know if it's conclusive, and I don't know if anybody's going to be able to testify to it. What I was going to say is with ARCA, you know, now that they're in play for additional reports, and they were supposed to have been provided, if any, to the Commonwealth by last, what was the 7th, on Wednesday. Yeah. So they were supposed to have been provided to the Commonwealth by last Wednesday, the 7th, and we didn't see any motions suggesting they didn't get them. Pretty sure Hank Brennan would have filed a motion if he didn't get them on time. Didn't even get a motion to suggest that what he saw in the reports can be attacked somehow, or he doesn't have time to respond, or, you know, one of those, you know, Hank Brennan has, I think, a number of different responses that he uses, you know, varying degrees of outrage. But we didn't see anything suggesting that they didn't get the reports or what was in them was somehow inappropriate. So I'm assuming they got them. My point is there could be some additional testing that was done by ARCA that relates to you know, the condition of the light itself, not the many pieces that were found, but the light itself. As I've, you know, talked about before, this thing just pops right out. You know, it's got maybe 2 or 3 screws, just pops right out, and so they took this out. once the investigation began and they took it out in the Sallyport. So did they do additional testing to test inside here to see maybe if there's some residue of salt? I don't know. We're back. Let's do it.
So, Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony.
Even for the procedural request that I made sidebar.
Even for that, so. All right, I think the jurors are, no,
Rise to the jury.
Well, there you have it. There's the answer. We have a win for Brennan. Now, it seems more likely that Proctor may have to come in and testify. So, very interesting. And I don't know. I could have gone either way on this one. I felt like there was some basis for the motion. I wasn't outraged by it. So apparently it has been granted despite Mr. Jackson's protestations and argument. So we'll see. We'll see how that affects who appears in this case for the defense. Might want to queue up Mr. Proctor, get him back from vacation, wherever he is. Wouldn't that be weird if he's not available?
Session, please be seated.
He's not in the jurisdiction? Whoa.
go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
It does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes. As we're walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them from he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had, Michael Proctor had, with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right. What are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained, we need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these, of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge?
There were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
Of
of the allegations? Did you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there any specifics?
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding.
Or
I
a
said
prior proceeding in this case?
it was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020, 2023.
Yes,
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
no. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So
Okay, you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
there was claims that
I object.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, why not? Okay, so trying to flesh out the conflict of interest between Proctor and the witnesses they're about to interview. This was back in February of 2022, Chris and Julie Albert. And so exploring the level of knowledge this witness, Yuri Bukhenik, had about the, web of friendships and conflicts between many different cops, in this case, Mike Proctor, and the interviewees. So now, and then they flash forward to July of 2023 when there were some specific accusations made. And so Bukhenik is really by objection being prevented from explaining what those accusations were. And he's being asked to explain, well, how did you discount them? How did you decide that they were baseless? Obviously pretty important. This is such a farce, this whole part, because they all knew who was everybody and who was connected to everybody and who was friends with everybody and who was the outsider, Karen Reed. They all knew that, so now they have to do this dance to make it look like, oh, I didn't know there was a conflict. Oh, well, if there is, that can't be tolerated. So let's investigate that. Let's find out how this rumor, this accusation may have risen, and then we'll put an end to it. So I guess you have to take that position when you're just caught red-handed. Everybody knows everybody in this little town, and the only one that's an outsider is Karen Reed. And interestingly, how she had been really embraced by everybody, right? It sounds like even though she was an outsider technically, they brought her into the mix, and she was friendly or friends with a lot of these people until, Officer John O'Keefe ends up dead on the lawn of Brian Albert's home at 34 Fairview. Then things kind of changed. So interesting part of the back and forth they're going to have to go through here. This won't be the I don't think the last sidebar on this particular topic. So we'll keep an eye on where this one goes. It's clearly a conflict of interest. We know it. Everybody knows it. And the jury is starting to get a whiff. They're not dumb. They hang some of this stuff out there, and they, in this case, those trying not to answer the questions, Commonwealth, they try and make it sound like, well, it's no big deal if we're not answering this, or that we're not getting into this, or we're somehow unable to explain that there is a major conflict of interest when you're going to interview folks with whom you've gone to, I don't know, weddings, parties, not just hanging out with at the casual barbecue, but these are these are your people, these are, and you can think in your own lives who would fit into that category, and then imagine those people being involved in an investigation where you're an important witness. It's ridiculous. Oh, Riz, this is Riz. I don't know if I've seen Riz in the mix before. I think Jen planted in her mind. She pointed out the taillight and asked Karen what happened and added it and did something driving the night before Karen had her in that frantic mind. Yeah, there's been some discussion about that. How Jen McCabe, even that early on, and by that I mean at 5:07 and later that morning, was using that as an opportunity to program Karen, into what she should believe happened, from the hitting John O'Keefe to the breaking of the taillight, all of those things. I mean, how devious would somebody have to be to, at that point in time, already be effectively plotting this kind of conspiracy? That's downright frightening. Okay, more Bukhenik. Here we go.
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview, along with Michael Proctor, with Chris and Julie Albert, was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, this is one of those things that just, why drag it out here? You got a report,
Does that refresh
got
your
a date
recollection,
on it.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to back to Canton PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were they requested by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Have you shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I've just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark it. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark it for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit JG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now we're the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
The digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but
Okay.
I did
Do you
review
remember
it.
being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD?
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside Sallyport? There's a pedestrian door, not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door, someone going in and out of the pedestrian door?
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're stating, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway, seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left, may not be attended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle.
I don't remember that.
You do remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Canton PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel?
Okay.
Well, we'll see where this goes. We're laying the foundation for at least one
With
of
the court's
the
permission, I'd
videos.
ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you wanted to review it.
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, I'll let the court know. I have no problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay,
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
all right. We just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a little
questions.
complicated. I get it.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay, with the court's permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop. Did you see a car pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that look like to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep? Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. All right, did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same GG. Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop. What do you see on the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, and I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if you can read the...
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk? Magic. Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay. Can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay. What about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes.
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one. Mr. Wolk, if you could, please. Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sallyport.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Kenton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sallyport.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay. And for the final clip. If we could go down to the timestamp and date. A little bigger, Mr. Walk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as, that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this. Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. Appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. May I have just a moment? Could you pause this, Mr. Wolf? Can you make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video. It is playing. Stop. Now, if you could take a look at the time now. Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42
Okay.
a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward. Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? Okay. If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
The time difference on what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay,
yes.
let's go ahead and continue playing this. And stop. Do you see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time. Can you see that?
No, it's really blurry for me.
There we go.
Yes, now I can see it. 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken. AM.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through. Okay. Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain. I would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm not certain who that is.
As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. Does he appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip that I'd ask you to look at on this same GG device. Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side Sallyport, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please, or increase the size? What time do you see there?
1:34:40 AM.
Okay. If we go ahead and play this through. Pause. Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand, but
Sure.
I really can't tell.
Okay. There should be another video of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that. Pause. What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please? What time is that?
It says 1:34:53 in the morning, AM.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Mr. Wolf. Does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hands up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we could move on, please. Play that through. And I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this through. Okay, stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolf, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds?
Okay.
Stop. Did it appear to have something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35:08 in the morning, AM.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through. Pause it, please. Sergeant, at what point do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go and play it. Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, the individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so
Right.
I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe that's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle?
No,
Okay,
no.
let's go ahead and play it. And what do you see Brian Higgins or that person doing now?
They access the vehicle on the far left.
Okay. And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, is he standing by the vehicle on the far left, SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead. Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes. What did you just see the person do? They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
And what do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler is leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you. In are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer,
No.
see him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was. So yes, I would consider it a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private
No.
get-togethers?
No.
Okay. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not know.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Canton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
I'm objecting to this.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions on what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place, yes.
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. The other day. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to just pull it on.
You remember that Sallyport video that fairly and accurately represented what was being recorded that day? You remember that, right?
May I have a moment to consult with counsel?
Paul, the lunch is here. Jurors, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty then. So she's creating some drama for us here, Judge C, because we believe, based on that series of recent questions, it is about time to enter the world of the inverted. Interesting how the questioning related back to Mr. Lally talking about that video of the Sallyport and his questions to this witness about the integrity and correctness of that video, which we of course know is inverted, but wasn't brought out on direct, only on cross-examination. So I think that is the log jam we are very clearly heading toward. So welcome to the lunch hour. Good to have you along here, Justice Serve TV. I gotta pull up a couple of things here while we got a chance here to have a very special guest that'll be joining us soon. In fact, I'm going to send a note because we're having lunch.
Jim Bukhenik knew regarding that line of testimony you wanted to get into. So let's do that now, and then you can all work out the video issues.
Yes. Okay. May I inquire briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury left, we were talking a little bit about the conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, either during or just before or just after that first interview with Chris and Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate? Or what did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to the door is that he had knowledge of the individuals prior to us conducting the interview. I asked him if he knew them personally. My words, do you hang out with them? Do you socialize with them? He said, no, I do not. I said, are you comfortable doing this interview? And he said, yes. And me being a complete outsider and his supervisor and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report, it said the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
Yes, I think it is you. I think it is
Yeah.
you.
So
May I approach one?
Yes.
Just so you have it.
thank you. Yeah. Since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about your word, accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
When did you learn it? I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I believe 2023.
Okay. And what was it that you learned in July of 2023 about the potential?
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay. Did you ever learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may have had with any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals, Elizabeth Proctor, and communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
Okay.
So with that crazy behavior that's been, imposed on them, and the torturous harassment that they've endured, the traumatic experiences they had to live through, they've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes. I was taking in all of that evidence, hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to...
Go ahead. In order to?
Investigate it.
Okay. You're talking about Elizabeth Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022. That's what you were just describing.
It was after the harassment
Okay.
started, yes.
Which is well after January 29, 2022, right?
January 20, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January 29, 2022. Did you ever learn about a pre-existing relationship that may have existed between the Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after?
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising the kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within that. I don't know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023 hearing, did you see a Facebook post during the course of that hearing wherein the Albert family called the Proctor family their second family, or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family? You remember that Facebook post?
I don't remember seeing that post. I just remember there were like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
Okay, but you were in court that day.
I was in court in July. I believe it was 23rd of July, for
Okay.
the motion, yeah.
Leaving aside the photographs that you've talked about, did you see the post, the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that. So I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
What about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of those?
No.
Have you ever seen a text message between between Courtney Proctor and, it's Courtney Courtney Proctor, and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift because you're doing such a great job leading this, meaning this investigation. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning, if you're going to give us a gift, get the gift for my wife.
No idea.
Okay. Are you aware of a series of text messages between and among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk about, between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert? This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January 29th, so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
I am not aware of those text
This is
messages.
the first you've heard of any of those.
Of these text messages?
The text messages
Yeah.
that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility, that Michael Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship. And I'm talking about the relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022, not in 2023, not in 2024.
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview, and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes, we moved on.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Last couple of questions. Were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from the both sides got from the federal investigation, which revealed, and was revealed in open court, the text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor? Hey, Judy wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, get it for Elizabeth, get it for my wife. Were you in court when those were reviewed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed into the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024 and describing the information that you're revealing. I was not aware of that detail.
Did you review that all of these proceedings are televised? Sorry, you know that, right?
I'm not aware that it's televised, no.
You're not aware
I know it streams, but I'm not aware that it's televised.
Okay, streamed. Whatever you want to call it. Streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
Did you ever review the hearing in February 2024 talking about what's been referred to as the Fed dump and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attendant thereto?
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to, Michael, there were three individuals involved in the investigation, yourself, Lieutenant Tully, and Michael Proctor, is that right?
In what
The
investigation?
internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, You're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final
Other
decision?
Other than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay, that was basically all I had.
Okay, all right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay.
On that.
Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all invisible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then you're not going to let it in. It's over our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your voir dire, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out. So you have to be back here in 35 minutes. All right. When's the jury coming back, Paul?
It was 20 of them.
All right. Be back here at 25 up. Ready to go.
All rise to the court, please.
All right, then. There's the issue. There's the answer. Not a surprise, but what does it mean? Well, it means more likely that Proctor is going to have to come in if they're going to get into this. This was the whole gift issue. Remember, first there's the issue of Proctor's connection to the Alberts to the degree that it would affect his judgment, be a true conflict of interest. He tells his supervisor, Mr. Bukhenik, as they're about to interview Chris and Julie Albert, oh, you know these folks? Yeah, just kind of casually says Proctor, I'm not hanging out with them. And so with that information, Bukhenik says, okay, well, cool, we'll go forward. And his testimony is that if something had arisen during that contact, then that suggested a true conflict, then he would have done something. You know, just like he did when he read the texts about nudes and retarded things. Yeah, he's on it. So don't worry about it. So the court allowing this voir dire just to see if there is personal knowledge on behalf of the witness. And that's kind of a core principle. To testify about something, you have to have personal knowledge of it. Otherwise, it's hearsay, or otherwise it's not relevant. You don't have the right person. So the right person would clearly be Proctor. It also relates to the statement about an offer of a gift being made to Proctor for the fine work he was doing, and Proctor saying, give it to my wife, Elizabeth. So all of that to be determined. Probably if Proctor testifies, we'll just have to see how that goes. So lunch break, short as it is, we have a guest coming up, and I'm assuming she'll join in the next few minutes to tell us her story. We've had her on before. I'll give you that clue. And there have been some developments with her that relate to the buffer zone, which of course we're very key on following at all times. In fact, there's another story that's just evolving today out of the buffer zone, and we're trying to get that person on as well. So that is to be determined. But our friend from the prior issues will be on, and she can give us an update on what she has been experiencing since her initial interaction with the state troopers there in the buffer zone. So let's talk about some of the high points, as it were, while we wait for my guest to pop on. First of all, everybody was pointing this out. It's a whiteout. I can't see a thing except the license plates on cars all around me. I mean, come on. Either these folks in New England who are used to blizzards and whiteouts have no real point of reference, or they're exaggerating. You can decide. So where'd the focus shift here in this latter part of this testimony? Mr. Higgins, I presume. So we see this guy lumping around, and the time frame is such that, let me see if I can get my rough notes of the time frame. He enters the picture at 1:27, coming out of the Jeep with the plow, right? And this is from the camera that has been described as the cruiser side lot camera, or is that the correct one? There were 4 different ones. Oh no, this was the main camera. So he pops out. He's in the Jeep with the plow, and he wanders across, picked up by the cruiser side external camera at 1:27. So pretty much uninterrupted. He's He's lumping along. And he's got something in his hand. Not all that clear what it is at the time. And we know that becomes a huge issue, at least it did in the first trial, as to whether we can determine, whoa, is that a phone? Is it not? And in one of the pretrial motions, the court, Judge C, made it clear that she didn't know whether or not it was a phone. Something was held up to his head. Don't know what it is. So we're not going to make any assumptions based on the video that she saw for the purposes of that motion. And I can't even remember what the motion was as I sit here today. So anyway, continues along, goes to the church side exterior camera at 127. He's picked up on that, 127.43. Then he goes inside the building at 128.03. He's wandering down the hallway. And then he goes in, behind door number 2, which I'm assuming is an office. Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a federal agent, but he has an office at the Canton PD, some sort of, I don't know, some law enforcement accommodation. I'm not quite sure what the deal is, because if you're giving office space to every federal agent in your general area, you're going to run out of offices. But he's got one there. So I'm guessing that's where he went, into his office. And then the motion activated signal stops, picks up again. And so there's like a 6-minute gap. Something's going on in the office for about 6 minutes. Pops back out at 1:34, heads on outside. And again, there's a point at which we see him holding something and it lights up, like, oh my gosh, what is that? What could that possibly be? So I think even the court, allowed the witness to say, yeah, I think that was his phone. That's what it seemed like to me. And so he's out there in the lot for 8 minutes. I'm sorry, there's an 8-minute period. This is my calculation. 8 minutes from when he entered the first frame at the parking lot all the way to the time where he leaves. And 6 minutes of that is missing because it's not on tape. Okay. So I'm gonna stop my fascinating recitation of some of the numbers we heard in the most recent testimony, because I'm very happy to have. Let me see if I can find something here. Stand by while I look for something. Don't you worry. I'll be right back with you. Don't you worry. Let's see. Where did I put my notes here? You'll remember we had a guest on not too long ago who drives a bus, or drove a bus at the time anyway, and got kind of jammed up by the troopers in front of the courthouse. This was pre-buffer zone, right? So I wanted to bring Christine back on. Christine, how are you? Are you in the bus?
I'm not. I'm
Okay.
at the bus lot, but I'm in my own vehicle right now.
Okay, because I don't want you getting in trouble for being in the bus and talking with us. So just as a recap, basically you were driving your route one day, and you had at times gone past the courthouse and toot toot, right? Little beeps of support, correct? And on one given day, you were told by one trooper to just first stop, and they were obviously annoyed by the horn honking, but they had you physically stop the bus, like, now, stop now. And when you did, you happened to be in that little crosswalk that fronts the courthouse, and another trooper said, "Hey, you can't stop at the crosswalk," and gave you a ticket. Is that about it? Okay. Remind me, what happened with that ticket ultimately?
So I appealed it. And my court date is May 21st.
Okay. And
the ticket was for $245.
And what's the official infraction?
Excessive horn and crosswalk violation.
Okay, so it's two different infractions.
Correct.
Horn honking, and improper position stopped in a crosswalk. Okay, that'll be very interesting, especially if you said it's what day again? May 21.
21, correct.
May 21.
It's
what time?
It's at 10 o'clock in the morning at Dedham District Court.
Oh, so right across the street.
Right across the street.
I never see anything happening there. I never see. I see very few coming and going. But on that day, I don't know where I'm gonna be, to be honest. At this point, I can't plan that far ahead. But I would definitely love to see how that works out. This could be a situation, if the stadies are smart, and I'm not saying they are, that they just don't show up. and then they dismiss it because they don't show up. I mean, that happens a lot with infractions and traffic violations. So, okay,
Yeah.
well, we'll see how that goes.
And this is my very first ticket ever in 49
Wow.
years.
Well, congratulations. What a
Thank
bullshit
you.
ticket to have for your first ticket.
Right? So, I mean, in my opinion, I think that right there, that I have no infractions prior, that they'll just dismiss it.
Yeah, courts are so weird about that, about infractions. I mean, because first of all, they're not going to haul you away. Generally, the biggest impact of a driving violation is on your insurance, right? You wouldn't lose your job if they found you were guilty of those infractions, would you?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
So,
and the thing is we have video cameras inside the bus and outside the bus.
yeah,
And
so you have. Let me interrupt you just a second because I want to refresh my own recollection here. This one officer that I think the one who told you that you were going to get a ticket was yelling and screaming at you, right outside the window of the bus.
Yes.
Okay.
I was being rude to him back because he was like, screaming at me. So
Okay.
I'll admit, yes, I was being rude because he was being ridiculous. I mean, when I was beeping, I had my window open and he said, "Stop, you're being obnoxious." Okay, well, guess what? That's my First Amendment right, is to be obnoxious if I want to be. So you're going to give me a ticket for being obnoxious. Okay.
Yes,
And then,
that's first degree obnoxiousness. So I want to jump ahead to the new stuff because who knows, they may come back sooner than expected. They had this, they were at lunch. I don't know if you were watching, but then they had a voir dire hearing, which ate up some of the lunch hours. So they're going to be back pretty quick. I want to make sure we get to the new stuff before that happens. So good luck on the 21st, and I'm going to try to be there if I can because I think it's going to be embarrassing for them whether they don't show up or not. So since that time, you've had some other encounters with the folks there, or others have been involved and you were blamed. Give me the explanation there about what happened.
I think it was last Wednesday. Yeah, I think it was probably last Wednesday. There was a school bus from a different bus company that went by and was like laying on the horn. Really loud, excessive, screaming out the window, "Free Karen Reed." Well, that's what the state police had said. So whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. Because they said I was screaming out the window as well, and I was not. And I have that on video. And so Mass State Police called the Dedham police chief, and then the Dedham police chief called my boss and told them that story, that, at 7:30 this morning, we had a bus go through, excessively beeping and screaming out the window. Well, first of all, from my understanding, the buffer zone doesn't start until 8 o'clock in the morning. And then they got the plate, and it turned out it was not me. And my boss reassured them that it was not me, and that all of her drivers that go through that area know that we're not going to beep. And
so they wrote a ticket or something to that person, and that ticket had the license plate on it so they could cross-check that with yours?
I believe so.
Yeah. So apparently you're synonymous with horn honking and being belligerent to the cops. That's your thing, Christine.
Right. And then I have a coworker that approached me before he just transferred into Dedham from a different town. And before he transferred over, so it was like right around early March. I want to say it was like March 4th. He was in his personal vehicle and he was having a really good day. He was, really hyped up and whatever. And he went through and he was beeping his horn. He flat out admits it. And they wrote a citation. They entered it into the system. but they never mailed it to him. So then he, just like about a week or two ago, he went online to renew his registration, I think it was. And he couldn't renew it because he had an outstanding ticket. And not only that, but the ticket, they doubled the fine. So my hearing's on the 21st. So his, I think, is either the 22nd or 23rd. He's having a Zoom meeting with the registry. And then he had to go to Dedham Police. He went to the courthouse, and he went somewhere else, probably the registry, where they printed out the ticket and handed it to him right then and there. So what's up with that? Like, they wrote him a ticket for beeping, and this is early March. There's no buffer zone yet, and he got a ticket, but they never mailed it to him.
Yeah, so normally the tickets are just like a hard copy that comes in the mail.
And if you don't, let me know, and we'll put you in touch with Randazza, because I've spoken to Randazza's office about it, and they said if you don't win your appeal, then let us know and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, so that sounds about right. Yeah, he's busy. He could open up a Dedham office, I think. He's got a few things happening there, and Tom just sent me a note. I was asking Tom about something else, and what's that? So I was asking Tom about another issue, and he said that Mark's going to be up arguing in our case on Wednesday, which is the day that the stay is lifted. We've filed an emergency motion to be released from the stay, but even if it doesn't happen, it's over on Wednesday. So he's going to be arguing in our case while we wait to see what the court does about the revamped buffer zone based on the First Circuit decision in the protester case. I guess I've lost Christine. Did I lose you? Well, check back in if you have to call back in, or somebody about to arrest you. With Christine, you never know. She's wild. She's crazy. I wanted. Oh, good. She's back. She's back. There she is. What happened?
I don't know. Everything was like, my counter was working. I could see the scrolling on the bottom.
Are you inverted right now? Are you inverted at all?
Probably.
I think your video is being controlled. Where are you? You're physically in Dedham now?
I am physically in Dedham.
Okay, well, you're in the axis of evil, Dedham, Stoughton, Canton. So you're anything could happen there. It's kind of like the Bermuda Triangle. Things just time goes backwards. It's weird. And
I have ties to all three of them. I used to work for Stoughton PD. I used to work for Canton PD, and I live in Canton, and I work in Dedham.
Yep. Okay. And all I can do is wish you the best of luck. So, what else have you heard? What's on the ground there? I turned you into our Justice Serve TV reporter. What's been going on?
There really is not a lot of people there. The vibe is off a lot. I mean, I hate to admit it, but it's like they kind of won with trying to get the number of people down because of the buffer zone that they put in place. Like, nobody wants to go anymore. It's sad.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I noticed that. I was talking to
but
Scott.
Even like the general vibe there is just so off. There's a lot of internal fighting.
What do you mean, within the supporters? I'm sorry. Did you hear that, Christine? That question? Hello? Are you hearing me? We're lost again?
I am frozen.
Yeah. Interesting. Can you hear me or no? I'm telling you, maybe I'm just a suspicious sort, but it's in an area there where strange things happen. Very interesting things happen. Well, Christine, if you can't hear me, just blink twice if you can hear me. No. Yeah, it looks like she's having some trouble with her transmission there. Although the picture, from my perspective, is perfectly fine. I'm not sure what you guys are hearing. Hey, while we're waiting to see if she gets that back up and running, thank you, Joey. I see this 3 times, so I'm not a math major, but did Joey do 3 different? Because they do 3 different memberships. Well, I appreciate that if that's what happened. Christine, can you hear me?
I can now. I didn't
Now you
have
can.
you
You're
on.
back. You're
Yeah,
back.
I
Okay.
didn't have you on speakerphone.
Oh, okay. A lot of people do that. I'm sure it's not on purpose. So, what I was going to ask you? Oh, yeah, I noticed when I was there too that there's definitely a sense that the increased buffer zone has put a real cap on
Yeah,
people who feel like they can be there because there's really no place to be. You know,
right.
that little strip over by the district court, by the post office, that area. I mean,
Yep,
you got nothing. You got nothing. You know, you got a
right.
sidewalk and a couple of feet of grass on either side. And, you know, I'm sure if you were camping out on that grass area, somebody would come after you, right? I heard the other day they started mowing the lawn when people
That
were.
new park that's there,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I have been informed that that is public property
Hmm.
and it's open to the public, so
Sure.
anybody can use it.
Yeah, that's, I like that a lot. I actually camped out there on Thursday, couple of reasons, because my Starlink, there's a nice open area to the sky and you get a solid signal. Also because
Yeah,
it's right by the pizza place. Is it called Dedham
yeah.
Pizza?
Dedham House
Yeah,
of Pizza.
Dedham House of Pizza. I think Michelle is the one I met when I was in there sampling the goods. Very good pizza, by
Yeah,
the way.
yes,
Very
very
good.
good.
But I like that little park, which they just built over the last month or so, right? I've seen workers there. They were there almost every day putting the final touches on it. And it's
Yes,
cute little park.
it used to be the police station.
What they tore down the police station?
Yes,
Any particular story behind that?
it was very old and it was very tiny. It was
Oh,
like, and there was like nowhere to park. It was a horrible location.
okay. Because it's kind of a nice location around some of the restaurants and that little intersection that's sort of one of the main intersections. I guess it's Washington and High Street, I think is the intersection there.
Yeah. Yep.
So, but to me, that area is too far away. You know,
Right.
you can see the court dome from the park, but
Yes.
if you're going to support something happening in court, it's just too far away. But I
Right.
agree, it's a nice little gathering spot. Now, depending on what the court does or is forced to do, it may reopen that area near the church on the other side of the courthouse, which was, as I recall, where everybody kind of gathered and was able
Yeah.
to spread out, get comfortable, right?
Yes. That was a pretty decent location.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, the goal this time was to take that out of the mix. And by doing so, really squash the visible support.
Right. Thing is,
So,
it's like there's nobody there that wants to harass, intimidate, or influence the jury. That is on nobody's agenda. Nobody has any issue with, like, if somebody said, okay, here comes the jury, put your phones away, don't say
mhm,
anything. We would all do that.
of course.
No problem.
Yeah.
So,
I was
I don't
wandering
know.
along, what day was this? Thursday morning when I was doing the live streaming from, the buffer zone. And I've mentioned that they've let me in now with my press pass that isn't their press pass. It's my press pass from other jurisdictions. And because of the lawsuit, I'm guessing they're backed off. But
Yep.
as I was crossing the back of the church and I'm sorry, the courthouse, church is one of the streets that I've turned on. That's that one-way street.
Yes.
What is the street directly behind the courthouse? Where it
Court
separates the
Street.
park. It is
There's
called Court Street?
Court Street, School Street.
Yeah, you would think the Main Street would be Court Street, but that's High Street. So Court is the one
Right.
behind, and I'm crossing that, and one
You
of
know,
the
Court Street's on beside the courthouse. If you're looking at the
it is.
courthouse,
Okay.
yeah.
So
If
I'm
you're
looking
looking at the
right,
courthouse, it's to the right.
okay, right behind the courthouse. Like
That
it
I
would be
believe is School Street.
School Street. That's parallel to High Street then?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. So I was crossing that, heading toward the front of the courthouse, High Street, and instead he said, hey, there's be careful what you're shooting because the jury will be coming in here. I said, oh,
yeah,
good to know. I have no interest in outing them, getting myself in further trouble. And that was probably at about 20 minutes before the top of the hour, before 9 o'clock on that given day. So they're definitely there. They're definitely making efforts to protect that area. I also talked to, it was a neighbor named Linda who was walking her little Shih Tzu dog named Hunter, and she told me that in the back of that area that they had increased the no parking areas, like they had reduced the number of spaces. And I said, oh, you mean when this started? She said, no, over the last few days that they had further reduced the number of parking spaces behind the courthouse. So I'm not sure if something happened that led them to do that, or they were just, abundance of caution, decided to do it. But anyway, when I've driven around using video to show people how far the no parking cones and restrictions extend. I'm talking way beyond the buffer zone, way beyond, way up High Street for, I think it's almost a mile. And then inside, this is, like any older town. And I did a little walking tour of Dedham for the folks, that it was originated in 1635. And it was originally going to be called Contentment, the town of Contentment. That would have been ironic, wouldn't it?
Right.
But Dedham won out, and that, of course, is some place in in England, because New England ripped off most of the town names from Mother England. Anyway, so in those little streets, which have the cutest little houses, and they've been there forever. Now there are no parking pylons all over the place inside their little neighborhoods.
Right. I mean, I will say that last trial, there was quite a few people that would park down on those streets. So maybe the residents complained. I don't know.
Yep, and I can understand that. On that street I call Church, it's a one-way street that goes by another little park that is a catty corner from the church. I mean, from the court. That one is still open, and it is chock-a-block with cars the whole time.
Yep.
And then that park itself is sort of patrolled. There's a stady park there, keeping folks from congregating in that area, I suppose, which is, again, behind the court and adjacent to it. So it's not like you can see what's coming and going from the rear door, but you're in the area. So, okay. So what's your plan now, other than fighting this ticket coming up on the 21st? What's happening? Are you still, everything else business as usual? You're still driving the bus, still driving through there, or no?
Yep. Well, I have, but that's not my regular route. I was covering a route for somebody else.
I remember that. Yeah.
And he's back to work full time now. So I don't anticipate covering his route.
Gotcha. When is school out?
June 22nd, I think. Yeah.
Wow, that's very late. So you guys must start late September. You start late September?
After Labor Day.
Wow, so that's a little shorter summer session than most. Okay. So what do you do in the summer?
24th.
24th of September?
Of June is when.
Oh, June. Yeah, that's so late to go back after Labor Day. So what's your deal in the summer? Do you just take it easy, or what?
Yep. Hang out with the kids, go to the beach, day trips.
Cool. All right. Well, hopefully
nothing
you won't be
exciting.
No more time in court. Hopefully you'll be done with that.
Hopefully. But I make no promises.
I wouldn't expect any. Christine, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time to bring us up to speed on the shenanigans going on there. And, whether I can make it there or not on the 21st, good luck. I think that's going to be, I'd rather be you. I'll put it that way. I'd rather be you than the other side of the table.
Right. I have no problem. I mean, whatever. It doesn't faze me. I'm not upset about it. I just think it's ridiculous. It's entertaining. At least it keeps my life entertaining.
Yeah. All right. Well, now I know you're a little weird. Okay. I guess
I am. No, I'm a lot weird, so
All
I'll
right.
admit it.
Good to know. Thanks for the warning. Christine, we'll
You're
talk to you
welcome.
again. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Take care. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye, Mike.
All righty. So I want to give you an update on some of the enforcement issues that are taking place there in Dedham. So anyway, Christine, always fun. Okay, so a few questions I'll get to before we head on back in. Why are they voir diring him? This was Bukhenik just before the break. Obviously, Alan Jackson wanted to get into the relationship issue. He touched on it, then they had a sidebar and got away from it. The relationship issue between Michael Proctor and some of the people he interviewed, most specifically Chris and Julie Albert. Then there's that side issue with Julie Albert and the gift that was offered and redirected to Elizabeth Proctor, Michael Proctor's wife. So you want to get into that whole, is there a conflict between these folks and maybe the gift offering? I don't think that's a bribe situation. I think it's more to reinforce the conflict of the relationship. And there was apparently a photo at some point where Proctor is in a picture with the Albert kids. So clearly the relationship is far more than what Proctor allegedly told Bukhenik prior to the interview with the Alberts. When Bukhenik asked, "Oh, you know these folks?" "Well, yeah, I do, but it's nothing. I don't hang out with them." Still goes directly to contradict that statement by Proctor to Bukhenik, and Bukhenik let it go at that point. And so he didn't know any of this underlying information. No personal knowledge. You got to have that to be able to testify really about anything. So the court said, no, he is not getting into that. Who could get into that? Proctor. So we'll see if that happens or not. Karen McCord, aren't they supposed to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest? This is insane. I'll allow it. Yeah, to see it so obvious is one thing. To deny it exists is another thing. So you've got the initial conflict and then the denial of that conflict, which reinforces the reason you don't want even the appearance of a conflict, because people just start to wonder, oh, what you doing for your friend? Oh, somebody wants to give you a gift? Why would they want to give you a gift unless you've done something that helps them directly or indirectly? So even if it's not officially nefarious, it doesn't smell good. It just stinks. And so the tighter you can draw the connection as a conflict, the more biased your testimony, your actions, your investigation is going to seem. So, and it's always one of degree. If in fact Proctor had been 100% truthful in telling Bukhenik, yeah, we'd met, it's a small town, we'd met, and that was it, I don't think it'd be a problem. I think you could take that on its face value. It is what it is. Would somebody do somebody a big favor if they were truly just that level of acquaintance? Probably not. But if it's more than that, as it seems to be, then maybe you should get yourself out of the mix. How about recusing yourself? How about that? Paula B., if I remember correctly, everyone in the Sallyport video from the first trial was wearing black, so it's hard to determine who was whom. On purpose, maybe? What do you say? Initially I would have thought maybe just uniformity, and I mean that legitimately, like they're wearing uniform type material, so it all kind of looks the same. After the fact, I don't know. I don't know what to believe they would do intentionally or not. To me, that seems a little bit far-fetched, but hey, I would not rule it out. And that video, of course, is such amazing, high definition, high quality, so many pixels, so clear. Somebody could be wearing, all black underwear, top to bottom, long johns, and who knows, it looked like a uniform. I don't know. It's just horrible video. And we are certainly, speaking of that video, we're on the brink, I think, of the inversion reference, because we've brought now Bukhenik back to the Sallyport, back to the Canton PD, talking about these videos. It was mentioned briefly before we went to lunch, and then the voir dire, which related to the conflict, totally collateral issue there. So I don't know. I think we're heading in the direction that we knew we were heading. The real question is, how's it going to be handled this time around? You'll notice, again, I think a mistake by Brennan. Brennan seems to feel like, hey, if I don't mention it at all, then I'm good. I don't have to get it. I just think not only did he not get into the Sallyport video being inverted and therefore dampen that impact, he didn't even talk about anything. He mentioned the videos. He mentioned that Bukhenik was there in the Sallyport, that he didn't touch anything. So he just leaves that dangling, and without further investigation, it's like, okay, that's fine. It's fine. I just don't know why he didn't get out in front of it. To me, it's almost naive to think that somehow you'll prevent the other side from getting that in, because it's so relevant, and that on the other hand, that the jury is going to be okay with that. I just don't get it. I think that my guess was they were totally going to get out in front of that, and they just did not. So we'll see after the break here when they get into it. When they don't, I just truly believe they will. I'm hearing, by the way, from, I think I mentioned this, from Tom CPU, that our case is going to be argued with whatever is remaining active of it on Wednesday, because we put in a request for a temporary restraining order to be relieved from the buffer zone restrictions. I've said I've kind of weaseled my way in there. Tom is still on the outside, which is wrong, as anybody should be able to get through there and do what they want to do, as long as they're not disruptive. Stay is lifted on Wednesday. He's going to be in court Wednesday arguing for our own TRO, which was stayed as a result of the protester TRO, which was denied, granted on appeal, and now they're working on the details to figure out exactly what that buffer zone is going to look like. So going through here just to make sure I've hit on all the questions, comments, concerns, ramblings, whatever I may have run across by you guys. Let's see. Did I do this one? I think I did. That looks semi-familiar. And this is, I think, relates to that, the buffer. They never heard of anything so ridiculous. They can't meet up close to the courthouse. I can see you're not being allowed to, you cause a safety hazard. There are reasonable limitations you can use for that purpose, not to squelch speech, but to prevent, physical injury or access to buildings. Obviously you can see circumstances in which a large group of people might cause some issue. But just to say you can't even be there at all, and you can't have any signage or anything that suggests you support one side or the other. I was looking at, there's apparently an interesting issue that took place. I think it was yesterday. I'm not sure on that. It might have been Friday, where somebody was crossing the zone and had on some clothing that was interpreted to be inappropriate under the order, and that person was asked to remove that clothing down to underwear. We're following up on it. I have not seen it, but we're trying to get the person affected by that, if in fact it did happen, as we've been told. So. Looking at my notes here too to see there are a couple of other details that we didn't get into from this most recent testimony. The whiteout, yeah. I keep seeing it's whiteout conditions, people. Careful, run for your lives. I think there was a lot more detail on the Higgins travels than I remember from the first time. Certainly the phone to the ear and that whole conversation, that was part of the last trial. You guys remember whether we got into this much detail? How much was it? 7 different clips of his travels that night to the Canton PD, to his office, ATF agent office in the PD, weird, and then leaving and hopping in the snowplow after some extended period of time in the parking lot where he went from one vehicle to the next before he drove off. And I think we're pretty sure where he went, right? This is about the timeline is such that would have been heading off to the joint base to adjust his SIM card and his phone, maybe in anticipation of somebody wanting that phone, maybe after having talked to a number of folks that night, some of it on video, some of it maybe in his office during that 6-minute break in the video, maybe sometime in the parking lot during that 8 minutes or so. Any of that could have happened, and he could have been fleshing out some details of the evening that he didn't want anybody else to know about, that calls were made and the timestamps would out him in some form. Maybe even texts were done. Whatever, it all disappeared. It all disappeared in the ether. So again, I was surprised when there was seemed to me more detail this time around than there was the first time. Michael, who was the guy? This is Mark Wardle. Who was the guy slipping in the Sallyport while taking pictures? We've got to be more precise on that because there were a lot of people. We're talking about when the vehicle was there, when they were taking some photos, not of the right side taillight, unfortunately. There were a number of officers in that area and others. So without more, I can't tell you. I can't tell you who was maybe the additional person you might be thinking of, Mark. I'm waiting too on since we're seeing the Bukhenik testimony kind of carved and adjusted and maneuvered. I'm waiting to hear Bukhenik talk about the firing. We did hear him acknowledge that he knew that he'd been fired. Shocker, but he said he didn't get any of the file that led to that firing. So he could just claim, "I have no clue. I don't know what was going on. All I know is there was an investigation." And then he got fired. So I don't know if they're gonna be able to go too far into that. If he claims he doesn't know, then he doesn't know. Okay, there's another note I had in here somewhere that I didn't think we got to. We had a little more witness refreshing today, but it was a cleaner version. There wasn't as much hemming and hawing and holding off. I think Bukhenik probably had some attitude readjustment. It didn't go very well, though, when he started talking about the professional nature, the integrity, the honor of Mr. Proctor. Because it's tough as a supervisor to say, yeah, the guy's the best. He's the best. He's honorable. He's full of integrity. He's full of something. Yeah, I sign off on this guy as a 5, right? What are you missing, dude? So it just, in the eyes of the jury, they got to be thinking, here's another issue where this guy is turning his head and just rubber stamping a review, a quarterly review. Every 3 months, these guys are reviewed by their supervisor. Does it make Proctor look even worse if his supervisor rubber stamps what he's done, or does it make the whole department look worse because the supervisor is rubber stamping what he's done? I talked about it earlier today. I'm not sure it's not worse that they bring most of this in through Bukhenik rather than through Proctor himself. There's some things Proctor and only Proctor can testify to, but I feel like as to these issues with the texts, which were shared with Bukhenik, his supervisor, man, it just seems to me it makes you look even worse because you didn't step up and say, what the hell are you doing? Why are you putting these things, even if it's just a charade by Bukhenik that he knows he agrees 100% with Proctor, but why put that in a text? Put what you think in that text would be the right thing to put in there as a supervisor. Knock this off. You got to stop doing this. It's unprofessional. It's inappropriate. Knock it off, and there's going to be hell to pay if you continue it. Even if in his mind he's thinking, yeah, I agree completely. You don't miss that opportunity in the text chain to shut down your subordinate because you're the supervisor. That's kind of what you do. So I think that I like that angle. I think it's new because Bukhenik is now being relied upon far more in this trial than he was in trial number one. Other than that damn inverted video, which still may be to come. Still may be to come. We shall see. What are you guys missing from Buchenek's testimony? What do you think? What do you think is next? What do you think they haven't gotten to? Anything in particular, or you have had enough of this guy? I mean, he's been on. This is day number 3 for him. So I don't know. I do not know if we're going to get enough of that video. I want some video. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to hear him talk about it. I want to hear him explain it. I want to see all the different, remember all the different stamps, the time stamps, changing color, blaming the equipment. I mean, all of that stuff. I definitely want to see that danced around. Aka, Kryptonite, Judge Bev having to redo the buffer zone. When do you think she will change it? And do you think she will revert back to last year? To answer the first part of that question, don't know. And I talked to Mark Randazza this morning. I said, is there a time frame, some sort of time limit that they're supposed to, get it done locally? And by locally, I mean Judge C, or the federal court will step in and do something, because that's the way it was structured. Either you do something at the most local level where it originated, or we're going to step in. But what's missing is the time frame for that, because I've seen a lot of pocket vetoes there, my press credential being one of them, where I've reached out to the press office now 3 times. Chief Rose said he reached out once and was told they were looking into it. They don't even respond to messages I've left, to emails I've left. So I figure what they're going to do is they're just going to do nothing, and the trial will be over in a few weeks, and then who cares? That's just, is that right? No. Is that doing the right thing? No, that's bullshit. But that's what I anticipate will happen. So I don't think it's quite as loose here, because at some point the federal court is going to say, Judge C, what are you going to do? Are you doing something here? Because if you're punting, we will do something. And you may or may not like what we do, but we're going to do it. So step up, do it, or let us do it. The missing element is the time zone. They should be doing this yesterday, right? I mean, the decision came out on Friday, and they should be on it today. They should be crafting something to reform the buffer zone, if some form of it is going to remain. And I think it will. To the second part of the question, that's my best guess. Why? Because it's the easiest. Doesn't mean it's being agreed with by those who have complained, but it survived last year in that form. I could see it happening again. And it's critical, as I was talking to Christine, to know what that really does, how it really impacts again, looking at the courthouse front, the right side of the buffer zone, which is the expanded part, which took out any sort of gathering place. So I know the supporters would love to have that back, at the very least. Again, I don't think it answers the whole First Amendment case, but it needs to, at very least, be put back where it was last year. Give those who are there to support either side some space to actually congregate, because there's nothing there. And it's kind of depressing now. You kind of go there where there was a very positive kind of atmosphere. It is just flatline. It is there's the handful of folks that are always there. Scott McGinnis, Dina, and then a number of others who I'm sorry I'm missing, but it's still a small number, and it doesn't have the vibe, it's just different. So winner for those who are in favor of the buffer zone, and those who have increased the buffer zone. Don't mind me, just cruising here. They are officially on their lunch, which of course was cut short for the participants because they had that little hearing with Bukhenik, a little voir dire as to what he knew, or did not know about the A, conflict connection between Proctor and the Alberts and the whole gift giving scenario. So that was talked about if you just joining us and you're waiting for them to go back from lunch. This conversation with Bukhenik, the continued cross-examination, will not include anything that has to do with the connection, the conflict, the relationship with Proctor and the Alberts that is not personal knowledge of Mr. Bukhenik. So we are moving on. The rest of that stuff is out. So it's got to come in through somebody else. Somebody else. I know. Think about that. Let me know who that might be. That would be best to bring that in. He had a question about the video and Higgins' car. He has the Jeep, right? And again, I think Higgins is now, the jury is starting to go, Higgins. Interesting. Higgins. There's the fan. It's my biggest fan. What's the deal with Higgins and the two cars? He had his personal vehicle there. But what was the other car that he was getting into? Was that a federal vehicle that he uses for work?
Be seated. Court is in session.
To be continued.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's see.
GG for identification.
Yes.
May I inquire? I'm so sorry. I did it again. Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Just before the lunch break, Sergeant, I asked whether you had engaged in a discussion with the Commonwealth at a prior proceeding in which you were shown a video and you talked about the fairness and accuracy of that particular video in the Sallyport when the SUV was first pulled in. And you indicated that you did indicate that it was fair and accurate, correct?
Yes, back then, yes. Yeah.
I want to play a copy, a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Okay, is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we mark as next in order. Thumb drive.
Are we marking this for identification, or is there an agreement it's going into evidence?
I'd like it in evidence.
We agree with the stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues. So,
All right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree. And with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
that's it.
Okay, now you may display it.
Thank you. Okay. Could we play beginning, what's the runtime, Mr. Wolk? 5:37:03. This is at 5:37:03. If we could just play this forward for a couple of seconds. A little bit further. Pause. Do you see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes, it is.
And this is what you were questioned about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sallyport.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and then we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as the video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it, and I'll get to the next question next, as we're looking at it, it appears that we're looking at the right passenger side of the vehicle, as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior Sallyport back wall.
Okay.
537, maybe.
Okay. When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sallyport when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in something along those lines, that's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward, correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward? Yes. Do you see where Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. You see where Mr. Proctor went?
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And the back, from all appearances, importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Okay. Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle? Do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head?
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle? Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature?
I can't tell.
As compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car. What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
I can't tell from here. I can't.
You indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a smaller statured person, correct?
I never said that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know his height.
Larger or smaller? Generally. How about this? Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay. Can you tell whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay. Do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell from the video, but he might be carrying something.
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this forward. Okay. And did it appear that somebody just appeared at the front right, or sorry, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark. I have another electronic device, a thumb drive, that has another video on it, Your Honor. I'd like to have that marked as next in order. Court permission.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
119.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, what does this show?
It appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but
Can we increase the date and time? Do you see, can you read the date and timestamp on this Chiron?
I cannot know.
It's because it's backward, correct?
I can't read it. I can't make it out, sir.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk? Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen again. Sergeant, let's play this forward for just a quick second. Pause. Do you see Michael Proctor in this video?
I believe that's him, yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the Sallyport?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes. Yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sallyport, that was not quite true, correct?
I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Stages to that form.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that? I allow
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sallyport, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before the first taillight pieces were found. Right.
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if
Let me
that...
ask it a different way. 5:37, 5:35 is before 5:45.
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Anyway, did I just hear that weird? Like he was asking to confirm that no pieces were found until after this got to the Sallyport, and Buchenek's answer was more like, "Yeah, we were still on scene until a few minutes after, and things had been found." He's got to clean that up.
Sergeant, Canton PD is about 1.5 miles from 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic conditions and the weather conditions, that could be a possibility, depending on the speed you travel.
Sorry. Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification.
Marked for identification for the time being.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please.
Thank you. Let me take a look.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the videos of the interior of the Sallyport. Harkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sallyport garage pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph, I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection. Thank you. Thank you. If we could display this for the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. It's a little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
I was trying to
apologize.
make it easier for you.
Yeah.
This photograph here.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant, with it being situated inside the Sallyport.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
I don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Would that be, does he have glasses on?
I don't know.
Could be Chief Berkowitz.
It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
Can you tell me the date that's on the the date and timestamp at the bottom?
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I
Okay.
take a look at that?
Sure.
Need the light?
Yes, please, Your Honor. It appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sallyport earlier?
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference, I have a final video.
So that still, helps kind of put things in perspective, but it's not nearly as damning as that uninverted video, which is
next in order.
killer.
Is next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered, no.
Exhibit 121.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we present this? Go ahead and play it. Pause. Can you make out, now that that's paused, can you make out what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty? Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way, yes.
Okay. So there's nothing next to the police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp on this document or on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is on this.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the runtime, what it's going to be.
It's 5:07, 10 or 12, something like that.
That's the timestamp, yes.
Okay.
Yes, PM.
Now, if we could just play this forward, go back to full screen. Pause. Now, how many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by in real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp. What time is that?
5:47 PM.
So in about, according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds, the time jumped from before the SUV was in the Sallyport to about 5:50 PM after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier of about 5:35, 5:36 or so with you and, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video.
It did not present itself, no.
That's all I have now.
Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had just asked questions about some of the video footage from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that. In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area?
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sallyport back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted? And then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at that video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate and learn whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sallyport back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
In addition to the Canton Police Department Sallyport interior back wall, where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways possibly. And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton. And the,
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
May we proceed?
Whoa, Nelly. Okay, so here's, this is the fun part. Obviously, Jackson ended with what he wanted to end with, which was, although the stills and that video is so nasty and ugly that it is not nearly as impactful as the very obviously inverted and then uninverted. But still, it certainly leaves a picture with this jury that what are you guys doing there? Is this a movie production? What are you doing with the video there? But to me, the most damning is the uninverted. When you see Proctor going to the right side taillight, as we now know it exists, uninverted, and then leaving with that portfolio, as it's been described, under his arm. I mean, it's brutal. And the realization that in the timing of things, not one piece of taillight had been found at 34 Fairview before this moment. I mean, that's brutal. That is brutal stuff. So on redirect, of course, Brennan's in there now trying to say that, hey, what's the big deal? Inverted video? That's the way we roll in Canton. That's all we got is inverted video. So don't worry about it. What's the big deal? We know about it. We got it. What I do think was funny was the way Bukhenik described it. He said that multiple cameras had lenses applied to them. I'm not sure he understands the concept of the inverted video and how it's not like you screw a lens on there like a star filter and it makes a star out of every bright light or a color filter. That's not how you're going to invert the video. It's more of a programming chip.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the portion of the answer that follows hallways of the Canton PD.
That's because Bukhenik started offering all kinds of information about every camera in
When you
Canton.
obtained the video from the interior Sallyport back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time and date stamps on it?
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce a copy of that.
Exhibit 122. Okay.
When you provided the video for January 29, 2022 for that inverted video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
To show that it had not been manipulated or altered in any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was there video taken from January 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And is that before January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to approach and move to introduce this.
No objection.
Okay.
Now, just watch closely the graphic color on this new and improved video, the way the camera's been forever, from January 3rd.
Do you know how many cameras are inside the Sallyport?
I don't know exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside of Sallyport.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or a different camera.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time.
Hmm.
Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce. I had you look at this before. Introduce if you recognize what that is.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Sallyport videos, the original disc, or thumb drive. I apologize, not disc.
We'll introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is it 124?
When you saw that dark photograph, you later saw a picture that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sallyport area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image you saw, was that a clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way, yes.
Do you know who clarified the video?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
This guy. Getting you a zip drive, you know what is on that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's Sallyport clarified video from the front wall.
Thank you. I moved into this as an exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
With the court's permission, could I play a portion of the clarified video for the jury?
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sallyport, and could you take us to about 5:35? As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please. Go ahead, thank you.
Did you obtain video of outside the Sallyport to show what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can you and I, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a disc containing CPD exterior Sallyport video.
Move to introduce this, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the defendant's Lexus?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you another item. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I would move this into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 127.
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sallyport?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sallyport.
When you left Dighton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dighton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dighton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael Proctor with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No.
Did you know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview Road searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No.
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
No, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not, no.
When the CERT team members were there, do you remember that they arrived at 4:54 and 4:56?
I don't have a specific memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between that hour.
When you arrived at the Sallyport, at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus, what was your understanding of where the CERT team was?
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
When you first arrived around 5:37 at the Canton Police Department, were any members of the CERT team at the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Lay a foundation.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
And did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time, when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sallyport, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you and or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sallyport area, do you remember how long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department and you had brought the Lexus back, did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No.
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive?
No.
A 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
No.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor.
You've made your point. Next question.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, were you separate or with Michael Proctor?
We were together. Not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight, traveling together.
After you left the Sallyport area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
To make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it. And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sallyport area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well. So there was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No.
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
Absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes.
Is that typical in an investigation?
Yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No.
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, we did not.
Okay.
I'll allow it. What a joke. Yeah, so obviously we see here what Mr. Brennan is doing. When was the first piece found at 34 Fairview? 5:45. And where was Mr. Proctor? And where were you at that time? We're at Canton PD. Magic! That answers your question. There never, ever could have been any piece of taillight somehow removed from the Lexus SUV and put on the property at 34 Fairview so that it could be first discovered at 5:45 that night. There you go. Simple answer. It's all making perfect sense now for the prosecution. Oh yeah, that's right. We have to believe a few things before we can get to that. We have to believe that the first piece was actually found at 5:45. Anybody question whether that's possible or not, or whether that might have been fudged to fit other time constraints? Okay, a little less than certain, in my opinion. And then, of course, the follow-up questions. Well, did either of you give anybody anything from the Sallyport at or about that time you were there? Anybody? Did you see anybody take anything from Mr. Proctor and leave with it from the Sallyport? So now Mr. Jackson's arguing because talk about lack of foundation. Make broad statements like, did you see, are you aware of anyone taking anything from anywhere? It's overbroad, it's vague, it's ambiguous, lack of foundation. Need I go on? Let's see how this got fine-tuned.
May I?
Yes.
At any point from when you first arrived at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus to the point when you left, to go to dinner or to get something to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Well, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now, I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever see him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to estimate it to be around 6, maybe a little after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that where you ate?
Yes.
When you left and then arrived in Norwood, did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No.
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Did they give you any details about what they had found at Fairview Road during the CERT team search?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow this.
I learned that the second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you
So,
see
Mr.
where
Brennan,
Mike?
what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute. Folks, a couple of minutes ago, when Sergeant Bukhenik testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said was learned, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Bukhenik and the police knowledge was at the time, that it was told. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. When you drove away, were you alone?
Yes.
Okay. When the Lexus was brought to the Sallyport, did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
Which one's the right rear taillight? Which photo's the right rear taillight? The right rear tail light. While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sallyport area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. So, Mr. Jackson?
Could I have Exhibit 13 displayed, please?
Okay.
Could you zoom in a little, please, Ms. Gilman? Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and missing pieces of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sallyport, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow in that area
Currently, no.
when you first brought it into the Sallyport?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
From what you saw, was the damage you saw when you looked at the car for the first time in the Sallyport area any different than the damage that appears on this Exhibit 13?
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down, please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence that the taillight was broken before it came into the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at 5:07 in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced a red light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please? And during your investigation, when you were making this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations. You can take that down, please. You mentioned your observations when you got to Dighton about what you saw relative to the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow?
Yes.
Did you study that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
Without getting into the content, did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the Sallyport.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not formal, sustained.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation, and I want to be specific about what you learned and when and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When you were called on the morning of January 29, 2022, when you first got a call, where were you?
I was at home in bed.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not, no.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not, no.
Did you at that point know, or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you ever socialized with him?
No.
Nicole Albert?
No.
Were you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe? Did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe, did you know him or socialize with him?
No.
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
No, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
No, it's not.
Sarah Levinson, did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was.
Yes.
And you had worked on a case or some involvement in a case with him?
Yes.
Did you owe him any particular favor or kindness at that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain it.
Did you have any loyalty or friendship with him?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not, no.
At this point, you were how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military?
Yes, I was.
Served the president?
Yes.
And so, at this point, how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did not know.
When you first received the call, did you have any firsthand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was found, and also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was it somewhere around that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Is that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers, well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located, and get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Differently witnesses.
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them, did you separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
You went to whose house to speak to them?
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house rather than bring them to the station under these circumstances?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions. Two, these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event, finding their friend on the front lawn of their own town. So going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable scene for them to recall information in the comfort of their own home.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about scene versus crime scene, was 34 Fairview, the home, the inside of the home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
Was the area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Did you know whether or not any of the Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Just whether you knew.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
And what did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief based on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
Okay. After you spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many interviews over your
Yes,
career?
I have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you speak to a witness?
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information, and as with everyone, we always trust by verify. We corroborate their statements.
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you to do a further investigation?
Ask it differently.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
I'll allow it.
No.
After speaking to the witnesses, in your mind as an investigator, what did you need to do next?
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you shared with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital to make observations.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer.
I am not, no.
In your experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave you with relative to your investigation?
I'll allow that.
At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm, and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
I'm going to strike that last part.
After coming to the conclusion, or strike that, after making your observations and your determination, did your focus shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the windshield and the headlights. Those are in the front of the car. Did you have an impression at that point?
Yes, majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was that based on?
It was based on information I received from Jennifer McCabe's phone conversation.
And what was that information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got to Dighton and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was actual damage, coupled with the statements made, did I hit him, could I have hit him, along with the my observation, obviously, of the vehicle, my focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses, the driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home or her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
On the couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
Objection.
My heart is just pounding for the concern and care that Sergeant Bukhenik had for all of the witnesses in this case, including Karen Reed, because he went out of his way, evaluating the trauma they'd gone through, to determine that it was best to go to their houses to do their interviews because they had all suffered these traumatic events. So don't tell me he's not a caring, warm individual. I could see right there. He's willing to do what it takes to make sure that his witnesses are comfortable and not put through more trauma. The cleanup on aisle 5 being attempted here by Mr. Brennan. A couple of points he's made. I'll give him that, and it gives the jury something to think about. And that involves the very specific timeline there between when the first piece was found at the site, if you believe all the reports of the CERT team, 5:45, and when, if ever, Bukhenik and Proctor left Canton PD and went by 34 Fairview on their way to dinner, on their way back, anything that would account for those pieces of taillight, if broken and manufactured by Proctor or someone else at the Sallyport, how did they get to the scene to be found at 5:45 if, according to this witness, neither of them left before those pieces were found? I'm assuming that's what the jury is concentrating on. I'll tell you that. Here's something I found interesting. Now Brendan's going through all of the evidence. What else did you learn? What else was that the only thing you learned? So he's talking about all of the reports that he looked at and things he had heard others had reported, and that included first responders. One of the things he heard and remembered was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And Brendan reinforced that. Those were questions. Yeah. If this guy at this point in time is already getting this kind of information, how in the world does he not get information from at least 2 EMTs and another on the scene that say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in some case 4 times? How do you not get that information? I think the fact that he specifically doesn't include those things calls them into question. And, we believe. Funny. But for him to not point that out, that he only heard questions, pretty important. Let's go back.
Right ahead.
Thank you. Trooper, to get back to my question, when you decided to speak to the defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not know.
Why not?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned, and we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point, when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back, so I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case, did you write a number of reports over time?
Yes.
Did you engage in tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
As you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know
Did
that he participated, yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know, yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco? Garino, I saw.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know, yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was involved?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
That was about 10 days after the incident?
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection.
So folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the police.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of three, I believe.
So talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
Did you interview firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used when he described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those would be reflected in my police report.
Would the police report potentially refresh your recollection?
Potentially.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you a document, I do not want you to read from it.
Okay.
I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
After reviewing your report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022, about statements made by the defendant to him?
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 8, 2022?
The statement was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, jurors, this is an offer for the truth that's contained in the statement, simply to show that this information is provided to the police.
the defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for this, the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him?
Objection.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
yes, it would.
All right, so now
Yes.
we're filling in that blank that I left dangling out there, because remember, up to this point, the last couple of statements or so, what he remembers, what he used in his investigation was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Protocol that I mentioned before. Take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it.
So then, thank God for Dr. Nuttall, he did get the I hit him in, which was allegedly made available to this witness, and Whitley talking about them being in a fight, and now we're refreshing as to, is it Flamata? I keep getting his name messed up. Flamita, Flamiza. And I'm confident this will refresh his recollection on similar conversations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
After looking at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Flamati told you?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute here on this one.
All right, other than, I don't know, basic hearsay, and we've heard the judge say many times, you get your take on this, because it's a very common instruction. These statements you're about to hear are not being offered because they're true, or as we would say, for the truth of the matter asserted, which is gobbledygook. It's just easier to say as true, but just for the impression that they left on the hearer, meaning in this guy's case, he's the cop. How did that affect his investigation? He heard that I hit him. Therefore, did that color his investigation in some way and propel it forward, shift gears, move around? Remember, before he was looking for first being hit by cocktail glass, then being hit by a vehicle in the front, which then morphed into rear. And then now he's added, I hit him. And the argument from Whitley, all of these things coalesce to say, Karen Reed is now my target. So a lot of those statements were clearly hearsay, but the judge has told this jury, and that's what I'm curious what you think about, that instruction, don't take this, that these things are true, just for the impact on the person who heard it. Is there any doubt in anybody's mind that when they hear these things, it's the opposite? They think they must be true. Prove otherwise. Unless I hear something different, I'm going to assume that's that's what happened, or that's what this person thinks happened. So it's a, you know, it's one of the things in the law I really understand. I've used it to my advantage, but it's a fiction, in my opinion, that somebody can actually just poof, either forget it or so concisely focus its use that it is not for the truth of the matter. I just think I think it's unrealistic, and so does Domino. Domino's never liked that rule, never. Okay, let's see how they figured this one out.
In addition to trying to get or obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any of the team from the Massachusetts State Police, were you aware of them pursuing any data type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought might be helpful for your investigation?
For one, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone and were attempting to access that device. There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert?
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and considering all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
There was not.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on a Lexus, do you know which troopers, or do you know if Trooper Garino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know, and yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it
And when
was.
you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him.
I'm going to allow it. Remember that the statement is not being offered for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided.
Did the statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to form the case.
There were questions about a plow driver by the name of Brian Loughran. When did you first hear or learn of that name?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
When you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified relative to Mr. Loughran before you actually spoke to him?
In regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car that was seen. And that was a, what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
In one last interview, did you speak to Brian Albert Jr.? Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not, no.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of evidence that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Do you remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
When we went through that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
Were you shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were bagged?
Yes, I was.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8th, 2022?
There was.
Who produced that evidence?
It was Michael Proctor who recovered it.
And you were not there that date when he recovered the items?
I was not, no.
I'd ask you to retrieve 7-13, the items that were found on February 8, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
I do.
Uh-oh, getting serious now. The gloves are coming out. Normally the gloves come off, but gloves are coming out. And, or maybe he's going to be taking some notes. So this is how, Brennan kind of works his way backwards into all of the things that the defense brought up about how many pieces of taillight were gathered over time, and who was there and who wasn't.
7-13.
No, I move to introduce this into evidence.
No objection.
Can you describe what is in that bag? And if necessary, you should open it and show it to the jury.
The description is 1 large piece of plastic, red in color, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. I will open it to further show.
I wonder, there is some black, on the side, so that might be the black plastic that they're suggesting. Sometimes when you break a taillight, it's hard to control the color of the plastic that you're breaking.
This one's labeled 22-02184 7-13 as the bag, and this is letter labeled A as in alpha.
Could you again tell us the date that was recovered?
This was recovered on February 8th, 2022. This appears to be a black piece of plastic, same identifying numbers, but this one is labeled with the letter B as in Bravo. This small piece of red plastic is not labeled.
Thank you. You mentioned this was on February 8, 2022. Earlier in, are you done with that package?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you had shared that you went back to 34 Fairview on February 10, 2022.
Yes, I did.
And on that date, you recovered pieces of taillight.
Yes, I did.
At that point, on February 10, 2 days after that February 8th production, was there still any snow on the ground at 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was still snow on the ground. Obviously not in the amount that was there the first day.
The second production from Mr. Proctor, do you know what date that was?
Don't hold me to it. I want to say the 11th of February.
And did you bring 7-14 and 7-15 with you?
Yes, I did.
Could you produce those, please? Let's take one at a time, please.
7:14 and 7:15.
Let's start with 7-14. I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection.
Thank you.
Regarding 7-14, can you show us what Mr. Proctor found on February 11, 2022?
Yes, sir. There appears to be a variety of wax, like stamp bags, as well as plastic containers. And this is consistent with having glass in it, as it was earlier.
Does the packaging, it seems different than the other bags. Is there any reason you know of that the packaging is different?
It appears that these are small fragments of glass, so for safety reasons, it appears that they were placed into a hard containers to prevent injury or maybe possibly losing it.
Could you just hold up a few examples for the jury to see?
Yes. This one here is labeled 714 and then A. This here is B. This here is C. And then there's fragments in here.
You don't need to take them out, just describe them generally.
Small pieces of what appears to be glass inside the wax paper.
If you can rebag all that, we'll move to the next item.
Yes, sir. $7.15.
Please, I'd move 7-15 into evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Were 7-14 and 7-15 the two separate bags both found on February 11, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Hit at 1:30.
Yes, February 11th.
If you could open that and show the jury.
Yes, sir. This item is labeled with the same limbs number, 715, and the letter A. This is 2 pieces of clear plastic that are taped together. The longer one here on the left is labeled H, and the one on the right is labeled F, if my eyes are not failing me. This is a canister labeled debris collection with the same numerical identifiers.
When would you use a canister as opposed to just putting it in a bag or a plastic bag? Is there a reason it's in a canister?
I do not know the reason behind it. I would strictly be speculating.
Thank you.
This small red piece of plastic is labeled E as in echo. There are more small pieces of that, similar to that size that I just showed, but.
Very well. If you can rebag that. You mentioned there was 3 different days where Mr. Proctor found pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview. I'd like to go to that last day.
That would be the 18th, I believe, of February.
And do you have a bag?
I do.
Could you produce it, please? It's 7-16.
Yes, it is.
Do you have it?
I do.
I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If you could open it, please, for the jury.
Yes, sir. This one's labeled B. Here we have 3 red taillight pieces taped together. Appears to be mechanically fitting, labeled A, C, and D.
Do you typically label items?
No, no.
Do you know where those labels and the taping come from?
I believe that's from the crime lab. They identify each item according to their protocols to help them facilitate their portion of the investigation. Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf. And another tin canister labeled piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You earlier mentioned that the tow truck brought the defendant's Lexus to the Canton Sallyport. Do you know if there's a video depicting that arrival?
Yes, there is.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of Exhibit 127.
Okay.
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sallyport?
Yes, it is.
When you were considering the physical pieces of evidence as part of your investigation, were you considering the weather conditions that night?
Yes.
When you were evaluating pieces of physical evidence that were found at 34 Fairview, were you making any assessment about their location or depth or closeness to the ground when you were evaluating them?
Yes.
And why were you considering the closeness of items to the ground?
Well, common sense will dictate that if a item is found on the grass and there's snow covering it, that it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. If an item is shoved into the snow, it will be exposed as the snow melts prior to it reaching the ground level.
I'm going to ask you to, with the court's assistant, retrieve Exhibit 85. May I approach?
Yes.
We don't have it. I'm sorry.
Just right across the way.
My apologies.
No, it's okay. Sure. I'll bring it.
You have some questions while we wait?
I can. When you retrieve pieces of taillight on February 3rd, did you consider their location, not only where on the lawn they were, but about the depth of where they were found?
Yes, I did.
And based on the items that you found on February 3rd, how close to the ground were they?
They were on the ground, or in the instance with the hat, it was frozen almost in a solid piece to the grass blades, to the ground.
And was that significant to you, how the hat was found?
Yes, it was.
If I could have 99 feet. And could we now have 99D? Beneath the hat on the left side next to the ruler, what do you see?
Yellow grass and a leaf, I believe, a brown leaf.
Was that of importance to you?
Yes, it was.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And if you could turn the lights on and take that down, please. Thank you, sir. I'm approaching with exhibit 85. Could you take the item out of your bag, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at the back of the pants, please? As part of your investigation and the significance of the evidence, did you consider any debris on the back of the pants as part of your analysis?
Yes, the grass stains on the left,
Objection.
the appearance of the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the appearance of the staining that's taken place or had taken place on these jeans was significant in the fact that it appears to be green and grass stain.
What did that suggest to you as part of your evaluation of your investigation and the decisions that you made after?
It suggests that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with his left glute, transferring green staining onto his pants.
Are you or do you know from your investigation the amount of snow that was on the ground at about 12:32:09 to 12:32:12 on January 29th of 2022?
Yes, based on my investigation and review of video from surveillance footage, it appears to be very little to a coating of snow in some areas.
You could repackage that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Your O'Keefe's pants? I have just a few final questions for you, Trooper Bukhenik.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about interviewing Brian Higgins,
Yes.
and you shared with us that he provided you a number of text messages between him and the defendant.
Yes.
You began to explain that you vet information during your investigation.
Yes, we do.
What did you tell him you were going to do with the messages he was giving you?
I explained to Mr. Higgins that we have in our custody and will eventually get into both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone so that protect his integrity as a law enforcement official. I told him that the information he was providing better be true and accurate or else he would suffer the consequences of the ulterior.
Did you in fact vet what he gave you?
Yes.
And before you vetted it, did he make any changes, additions, or subtractions from that information?
No, he did not.
And when you vetted that information, was there anything different from the alternative source, that being the defendant's phone from his phone?
Not that I noticed, no.
Your Honor, that exhibit or that document has been marked for identification. I'd like to introduce it as an exhibit. The identification number is that? My apologies. I'll need to look. I don't know the number offhand.
I think the clerks might have it.
It's marked for identification.
No, it's actually marked. It was EE now.
Oh, it was introduced?
It was.
I didn't realize that this has been introduced as Exhibit 150. As part of your investigation, did you look to see if there was any animus or difficulty between Mr. Higgins and Mr. O'Keefe prior to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes.
Did you look at text message records to see if there was any motive that was evidenced in those text messages for Mr. Higgins to want to murder Mr. O'Keefe?
I did look.
May I approach?
Yes.
I handed you a document. Do you recognize that package of materials?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the extraction printed out from Brian Higgins' phone, dated 2/3, meaning February 3rd, 2022. And it is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Higgins.
Does it extend a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Did you look through those conversations or text messages to identify whether there was any animus or motive?
Yes, I did.
I'd move to introduce those documents as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you find any?
Hold on.
Exhibit 132.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, did you find any evidence in the conversation?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Proceed. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. So,
Trooper Bukhenik, when you studied the materials, the conversation, communications between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, did you find any evidence shaping your investigation that there was a motive to harm, hurt, or murder Mr. O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins?
No, there was not.
I have no further questions at this time.
okay,
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may.
sure.
You were just asked about Brian Higgins in your interview with Brian Higgins. Where did that take place?
In Sharon at an attorney's office.
At his lawyer's house, correct?
I'm not sure if he resides there, but it was an office.
With his lawyer present, correct?
Yes.
Did you find that unusual?
Objection.
Sustained.
He wasn't under arrest, correct?
No.
You hadn't read him his rights.
No need to know.
No need to, because it wasn't in custody, right?
Correct.
He was just a witness in a case that you're investigating.
That's correct.
But he asked that you interview him in his lawyer's presence, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about any evidence of Brian Higgins having a motive to murder John O'Keefe just a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan, right?
Yes.
And you said, no, I didn't find a motive that Brian Higgins would want to murder John O'Keefe. Is that right?
That's right.
What about a motive to confront him about a girl he was interested in? Did you see that?
I believe the text messages speak for themselves. Everybody heard me read them out loud.
Yep, the text messages do, but I'm asking you. You were just asked about your opinion, whether or not there was a motive that you found for Brian Higgins to want to murder John O'Keefe. I'm asking you a different question. Did you, in your mind, in your opinion, after having read those texts, find a motive for Brian Higgins to perhaps want to confront John O'Keefe because of jealousy?
If you're asking for my opinion is that he would need to confront Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe was not the one pursuing Mr. Higgins. It was your client that was pursuing Mr. Higgins.
Okay, so, well, the text messages, like you said, speak for themselves. You'll agree that it showed that there was a mutual interest, right? It just wasn't one-sided.
At times there was flattering text messages from both sides, but your client reached out to him first.
Right. I mean, somebody's got to reach out, right? Everybody's got to reach out to somebody. First, someone's got to do it first, right?
Well, it depends.
Doesn't mean that there's not mutual affection for one another. Is that right? Or at least perceived mutual affection.
I don't understand the question.
Did you see in those text messages, in your mind, a motive that might lead to jealousy on the part of Brian Higgins?
No, I think Brian Higgins was pretty clear in his request for explanation of what the defendant wanted out of this, and stated that he's friends with Mr. O'Keefe. So he wanted clarity from the defendant about what was going on.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't read it to be that he was jealous as I sit here thinking back on the content.
What about after drinking Jameson and ginger all night long and sending a text that said, well?
Objection.
Might that change things?
I don't know what Mr. Higgins' state of mind was. Well, could mean many different things. They could have had a face-to-face interaction, a look. We'd be strictly speculating what was intended by that, or what was the intent of communication by that text message.
After weeks of communicating with Ms. Reed in a romantic manner, and then seeing her walk in the door with John O'Keefe and sending the text message, well, after having been intoxicated, you see that detective as an investigator, as a reasonable, objective investigator, as a possible scenario for Brian Higgins to be jealous about John O'Keefe.
There's a possibility there, but I didn't see it.
Did you explore that possibility when you got all these text messages?
We did not follow up on that aspect based on the totality of the entire investigation.
Did you pull the tape at the waterfall and review the tape as we did here in court?
That happened, yes.
Okay. Did you see on the tape a time just before Brian Higgins left the location where he was confronted by Chris Albert?
Objection.
Change the wording.
Sure. Did you see a circumstance, did you see a situation on that tape where Brian Higgins is standing and Chris Albert physically puts his hand on Brian Higgins' arm, on his left arm.
I don't have a specific memory of that.
You remember a circumstance on that tape where Brian Higgins pulled his arm away and looked past Chris Albert over toward the bar, which is where John O'Keefe was standing. You see that?
I do remember you pointing that out, but we couldn't tell him who exactly he was looking at based on the video.
Did you see a circumstance in which Brian Higgins then put his hand on his forehead and began rubbing his forehead like this?
I don't have a memory of that.
Did you see a circumstance in which he then motioned over toward that side of the bar with his left hand?
That I remember, yes.
Did that seem realistic to you? Let me ask it a different way. Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation? Hey, come on outside. Or come here.
Very reasonable since they've been invited to 34 Fairview.
Did it look, in your opinion, that that was just a, hey, let's go together? Or did it look more to you like, hey, come outside? Or let's step outside?
The totality of the investigation, the fact that when they stepped outside, there was no confrontation and they were invited to the address. Again, totality of the investigation suggests otherwise.
Let's talk about that totality of the investigation. You're aware that Brian Higgins left first. He was the first to arrive at 34 Fairview, even before Brian Albert.
I am, yes.
And you're also aware that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were among the last to arrive. So they didn't step outside together, right?
They didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
So, Mr. Jackson, I just want to ask you, how much longer do you think?
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me 10, probably 10 minutes.
All right. Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break at 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to stop now, but I think I can get it finished.
I'd like to finish with this witness and not have to bring it back again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the accommodation. You're aware that, according to the tape, John O'Keefe left about 10 minutes after Brian Higgins, or so.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. You would agree, as a homicide investigator, not every death starts off as an intended murder, correct?
I will agree to that.
Sometimes a fight could go wrong, and you intend to fight and duke it out. Something goes wrong, something goes south, someone dies, right?
Objection.
Is that something that you, it's beyond the scope, so move along.
You were asked on redirect examination about taillight pieces that were found by the CERT team. I want to ask you real quick about that. Your testimony was you recall that the CERT team found a large piece of red taillight material during their initial search. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. Did the CERT, you had a debriefing with the CERT team, correct?
Not the CERT team. I had a debrief with the members of our unit at the Canton PD conference room. I do not have a memory of the CERT team being there.
Do you recall ever being told or informed that the CERT team actually recovered maybe 5 or 6 pieces, maybe 7 pieces of small plastic material in addition to the shoe? As opposed to a large piece of red taillight?
The memory that stands out to me that I have is that there was a large piece of plastic recovered. It wasn't a shard. It was significant enough that, shown on the photograph taken by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And do you recall that the CERT team, or were you ever informed that the CERT team found those, according to the CERT team, within inches of one another, within about a 2-foot square radius?
I don't have a memory of where they found them exactly. I wasn't there.
Okay. You were asked about the taillight. You were shown a photograph of the taillight where almost the entirety of that lens material is missing. It's gone, correct?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Jenny McCabe originally, interviewing her within days of this incident happening, correct?
It was the 29th we
As a matter
interviewed.
of fact, the day.
That day, yes.
Do you remember her saying that the taillight was cracked/broken?
She communicated that over the phone to Michael Proctor, which was then documented later on in the interview report
Okay.
from
In that
earlier.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was documented within the interview report.
Okay. And in that interview report, it doesn't say the entire lens cap of that taillight is gone, correct?
Correct. The report does not say that, no.
And she didn't describe that, did she?
I don't know what she described to Michael Proctor over the phone.
You pulled out a pair of jeans belonging to Mr. O'Keefe just a second ago,
Yes.
and you noted that on his, what would be his left rear pocket, there was a stain.
Yes.
You said that that was an apparent grass stain, and it was green.
Based on my observation here holding them, that's what it appeared, yes. Maybe dirt, maybe other substances.
That was my question. Did you seek to analyze what that discoloration was from? Or have caused that to be analyzed by the crime lab or anybody else?
The genes were processed. I don't know what their protocol is to analyze it. They process those genes. There's pieces missing from cuttings and stuff like
Understood. So as you sit here, you have no evidence at all that those are grass stains, correct?
that. Strictly my experience of knowing grass stains and observing it.
Could be dirt,
Could be.
could be oil or grease.
I don't know about that, but
They look brown. Stains look brown, don't they?
there's different parts of the stain. Some has brown, some has green, different parts of it.
Could you get, in your experience, stains on the back of pants from being dragged?
I've never dragged anybody, so from my experience, I can't tell you.
I didn't ask if you've ever dragged anybody. You've never murdered anybody either, but you're a homicide investigator, right? Did you get those stains from being dragged? It's just a common sense question.
My common sense dictates that it was not a drag, a mark, because it would have linear characterizations, and it would be both buttocks that are engaged in contact with the ground while being dragged.
Or if he was being dragged and he had something in his pocket, or being dragged at an angle. Being dragged through a crease spot that was only on the left. What about all those possibilities?
Again, my opinion, common sense dictates it was not the case.
But you certainly didn't take any action to investigate forensically what those stains actually were.
I did not know.
By the way, can you lose a shoe from being dragged?
It depends. I guess you can, depending on how loose it is.
You said that there was no information that you had regarding Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe having any animosity toward each other prior to January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
But you did, now let's talk about on January 29th, 2022. In your experience, does drinking alcohol increase a likelihood or increase the possibility of getting into an altercation?
I would say, in my experience, in my opinion, the alcohol could become a social lubricant and exacerbate emotions. But to speak in a definitive form here. I can't.
You've heard of beer muscles. That's a common phrase, right?
Never heard that before, no.
Beer guts. You ever heard that one?
I've heard of beer gut, but not beer guts.
Having the guts to walk up to someone you might not otherwise walk up to in a bar because you've had too much to drink. Is that what beer muscles could mean?
I would say maybe liquid courage,
Even better. What does liquid courage mean?
giving you courage that truly shouldn't be there.
That you might not otherwise have if you weren't drinking.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we wrap this up, Mr. Jackson?
I'm trying, Judge. I won't be much longer. You had evidence that Brian Higgins had been drinking most of the afternoon and evening that or most of the night, that evening and night, at the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walked into the waterfall, correct?
I had information that Brian Higgins had returned from a police officer's funeral and then went to Waterfall after he changed clothes and took a shower.
Went to the hillside before he went to Waterfall and started drinking there, correct?
I don't have an independent memory of that, no.
But you did, at the time, you didn't pull the tape at Gesundheit. At the time, you didn't pull the tape at CPD that we saw with Brian Higgins on the phone at 1:30 in the morning, correct? You didn't have that information.
I'm sorry, can you
At the time-
give me a reference when
Sure.
at the time?
At the beginning of your investigation, January 29th and probably the next, let's call it a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
You did not have that information, correct?
No, we did not.
And you didn't seek that information from CPD at that time.
No, I had no information that he went there.
Okay? And you didn't extract his phone, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination, did you have any evidence that John actually went into the home? Did you ever interview Trooper Guarino during the course of your investigation, at any time?
Interview him?
Talk to him
No.
about his extraction of John O'Keefe's phone and any of the data that came off of his phone.
No.
You did not realize that Trooper Guarino had information that John O'Keefe took 36 steps covering a distance of some 84 feet that would have placed Mr. O'Keefe inside the residence at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Did you have any information from Trooper Guarino about steps that were logged on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not.
Is that it, Mr. Jackson? You said finally, that's what I'm wondering.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I only have a couple more things, but I may be able to finish it with one question. As you sit here now, are you aware of whether or not there's evidence that John O'Keefe, the phone describes John O'Keefe's phone taking 36 steps, covering a distance of about 84 feet at 12:32 and 16 seconds on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you aware of that?
I am not, Your Honor.
So the answer is,
The answer was?
No, I'm not aware of that.
all right. All right. Chairs, I appreciate you staying late, so Trooper Bukhenik, we do not have to return.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
Thank you.
folks, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
The rest of the jury.
So it's that.
Sorry. Was I muted or unmuted? Am I muted now? No, I'm not muted now. Okay. Did you hear the part where I said the judge was rushing but not rushing? No, I don't want to rush you, Mr. Jackson. Just wrap this shit up. It's just bad. But Jackson has to make a decision, and that is, okay, how much more can I squeeze out of this guy? Because this jury has, they've heard him for 3 days. How much more can I surgically get from this guy to end the testimony with some impression on this jury versus, Judge, I'm going to need another hour, so I think we need to bring him back tomorrow. And you could almost hear the deflation of the jury if they were to hear that. And there may be some very valid points that he didn't get to, and I'm sure there are. But you have to make that tactical decision sometimes. Am I going to just keep pounding away on this guy? Does the jury get it? Is there anything I really, really must have? And I think he acquiesced to her bullying. She basically bullied him out of the courtroom today. The one thing that I think was totally out of line is when there was a question about the motivation to have some sort of altercation, conflict. We may go back into court if they've got some housekeeping to do after the fact, so let's see. But there was elicited on the redirect was the, did you see anything from your investigation indicating Brian Higgins wanted to murder or kill John O'Keefe? Did you? Okay, so now the door is open as to what the motivation was in the relationship between these two characters, right? On a recross, Alan Jackson just, takes it to the logical step. Well, did you see anything that would suggest that there was, a motive to confront John O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins? Something like jealousy. And ultimately, she shuts down that whole line of questioning, which is just wrong. It's perfectly acceptable. She said, as they got even further into whether or not motivation to have some sort of altercation could spiral out of control and become more than that. That's where she said, no, that's beyond the scope. It's an obvious continuation of the analysis. Okay, if there is motivation to have a confrontation of some sort, in your experience, Mr. Law Enforcement dude, have you ever seen a confrontation just spiral out of control to the point where somebody is killed? No, that's beyond the scope. That's beyond the scope, Mr. Jackson. So she squashed that, and I think that was totally wrong. So let me get a couple of things in here before we wrap it. We are going to have a wrap-up show later on tonight at 6 o'clock. Yes, CM Lavelle, sometimes it appears trickery is allowed if the cops are using it. She must be doing that. She or he must be doing this on cross-examination because it's written like this. Trickery is allowed if cops are used. Correct? That's a cross-examination question. Michael, this is odd to me. How many times have you seen the prosecution introduce this amount of evidence on redirect? Has to be obvious that he was clearly hiding it. I don't know about hiding it. It was definitely strategic. We know the number of pieces was itemized on cross-examination. I had to fill in a date on my timeline here. I don't remember the 8th being another day they returned to find more pieces. So I had the 2nd, the 8th, the 10th, the 11th, 12th, and 18th. Most of those I think the last 4 were all Proctor operating solo. But those discoveries were itemized in cross, and so to flesh them out on redirect, not insane. It is unusual to see that much what feels like new material, and of course the dramatic opening of the evidence bags. By design or just by flow, I don't know. I don't know what he gained if it was to delay them. But for whatever reason, not inappropriate. He might have had his own reasons for bringing it in as a secondary type part of his direct examination. What does he gain from that? I just don't know. Maybe it reinforces in the jury's mind how many times they found more pieces of evidence at this scene. One interesting note. The depth of the pieces were found and the depth of John O'Keefe's body. This is important for the prosecution. I think they may have made a point or two here. They're talking about how under his body there was little to no snow, right? Almost ground to body contact. We know at about 12:30, a dusting, really, a dusting, right? And then it picked up. Now, if his body was put out there at 2:30 or 3, would there be more than a dusting? Could be. Could his body heat have melted whatever was there? Could be. So I don't know that it's a home run, but it's a solid single for the defense, for the prosecution to suggest that the timing of his body on the front lawn and the snow underneath it is directly related to the time that happened. Okay, so he couldn't have been there on a 1-foot snowdrift because it never would have melted as it did when they found him. So interesting, not conclusive, but I think it's interesting. Another piece of that. Oh, the pants and the grass stain, or the stain, whatever it was. You notice, first of all, the pants were sliced up the legs because in the ER, they're cutting those clothes off of him to just expose injuries and work on him. So back, I think it was the left side, right? Back left pocket, there seems to be a stain of some sort, perhaps a grass stain, perhaps Jackson said maybe a grease stain. I don't know about that, but a stain of some sort. What the important part was, I thought, planting this seed, whether we have follow-up on it or not, I don't know, but suggesting that you could get that kind of stain from dragging somebody across. In fact, I've fallen on my ass a few times. I'm not afraid to admit it. I don't remember ever seeing a big scuff kind of grass stain. I guess if you fall as you're maybe going down a hill, so it kind of gives it a sliding stain. And certainly in baseball and softball, I got tons of pants with sliding stains on them, grass or dirt. So I think that might have helped this jury think, oh, how did they get there if that's what it was? Would you get that just by stumbling or being bumped and then going down? I don't think you do. I think that's just it's a spot, and you'd have to have a very moist piece of grass or almost mud that would create an imprint from just falling. I think it's more likely that you think it's a drag. And I think that's a good point made. And he brought in the shoe as kind of a makes sense connection. Well, can you, in your experience, have you seen somebody lose a shoe by being dragged? I mean, to me, that answers a couple of questions the jury may have had about the shoe and the pants. It makes some sense to me for the defense. And I realize why the prosecution brought it in, and I'm not sure they anticipated this coming back to haunt them, because I think it ends up being a push. If they got something, that the prosecution got something from the snow under the body, how long, what does that mean in terms of when he was left there? They lost some of that when it came to the grass stain and connecting the grass stain, dragging to losing the shoe. So you just never know how the jury's going to work with these things. I'm just, going schizophrenic in my head, trying to think which way they would go with it. Maybe neither. Maybe they're going to argue about that at the time of deliberations. Who knows? Good point about Brian Higgins. He's finally interviewed by Bukhenik, where at his house with his lawyer there. I mean, the guy is not a suspect, is he? He's certainly not in custody. He's certainly not going to be read as Miranda rights. Why do you want your attorney there? I mean, have something to do with your destroying evidence with your phone? Well, maybe he was a little concerned about that. Anybody you talked to anytime during the course of this entire investigation show that John O'Keefe went into the home. Obviously, that's a key focus of the prosecution's case, and we know that there was some, Matt McCabe's suggestion to everybody: tell them the guy never came in the house. So again, huge point, and we'll find out exactly how important it is as this case unfolds. A couple of I should start a list of Alan Jackson words I've never heard, or phrases I've never heard. The shank of the evening, I think was one of them that he mentioned. The shank of the evening, which I guess is the heart of the evening, the guts of the evening. Beer muscles. I've never heard beer muscles. I have definitely heard liquid courage. Beer muscles. Is that another Texas thing? Is that where he's getting all this stuff? Another Texas thing? Okay. Anyway, and the big finish, as I know, I could imagine looking at, his notes, and he just had to skip from here down to here to what he had already planned to be kind of the wrap up in his recross of Bukhenik, because the judge was like, Mr. Jackson, I don't mean to hurry you, but hurry the hell up. And so he jumps to what I think is probably one of the last questions he had planned, which was, were you aware of Trooper Garino's information about logging steps on O'Keefe's phone? No. So then you didn't realize that at about 12:32, he took 36 steps or about 84 feet. No, I was not aware of that. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. So I don't know that he got in everything he wanted. Huge points made over time. Prosecution, I think, did an okay job trying to clean up aisle 5. But this guy's a mess. So I'm not sure to continue my analogy, I'm not sure the prosecution had enough mops and brooms and shovels to clean up every mess that was left behind by Officer Bukhenik. And I guarantee you, you know where he's going right now? He's going for a drink somewhere. So there are many opportunities, but he's going for a cocktail. And then he's probably starting to make calls to figure out, do I have a job? Am I going to lose some vacation days? How about a promotion? Something. It may be handled undercover, nowhere in sight until long after this case is resolved. But something is going to happen to this guy. It will not be status quo. It can't be status quo. So I'm going to make a note. So excited, I dropped my pen. I'm going to make a note to follow up on this at some point, months after this is over with. I guarantee you something is going to happen to this guy. And it may be even good, but something is going to happen. Okay, here's the plan for tonight. 6 o'clock recap show. Afi Patterson will be joining from California. She's a defense attorney out in Los Angeles, so we're going to do that. And then, we'll hit some of the high points of this cross-examination and some of the recross, or the redirect and the recross, and just get her take on all of these things as a stellar defense attorney. And we'll bring you up to speed on anything else that might be happening. There's a couple of buffer zone issues that are floating around. I'm trying to get an interview with somebody who's been involved in a ridiculous event, one of many. We'll see how that plays out. In the meantime, appreciate you being here. If you say, where the hell is Linda Kenny Bodden? Well, first of all, I've been doing the afternoon shift anyway, but she's got some special assignments that she's dealing with. So she'll be back tomorrow, again tonight at 6. Afi Patterson. I hope you will join us then. Thanks to the mods. Great job. Long day today, but they got a lot done. We'll see where they go from here. So see you tonight at 6. In the meantime, I'm Michael Bryant. Try to do the right thing.